I can see a number of people in the class already. Good morning to you all. However, I would want us to wait for say 5 more minutes so that we can admit more people into class before we start the class. We don't want anyone to miss out of this class. We really want everyone to be a part of the class from the beginning to the end. So let's just do 5 more minutes waiting for others to be on the call. You have your friend that is yet to be here. Kindly do a reminder to the person. You have your be it whoever it is, right? I know we don't have enemies, so let's kindly do a reminder to them so that we can all be here. 5 minutes, please. Let's just hold on. Thank you very much. People, 28 persons on the call still. More people should be joining on the call right away. But then, I think we'll just need to start now. Others will eventually join us in the course of the class. However, I'll be taking a few announcements now. So after the announcements, I will introduce the trainer for today. Before I go into the announcement, I believe we are all prepared. We have our pens, we have our jotters, we have every necessary things we need to learn with in class today already. I know we have a lot to learn today. Previous classes, we've learned a lot, and many of us can testify to what we've learned in the previous classes. So today will not be an exemption. There are a lot to be learned today. A lot. I can assure you of that. A whole lot. So I want us to all be prepared. Let's prepare ourselves, our jotting materials, and learn together. We are learning together, right? So I don't know, can we have us just mention a few things in the chat room? If you can hear me, just say hi in the chat room. Let's hear your hi in the chat room if you can hear me, because we need to be sure that we are all hearing. And if you can see my screen as well. Oh, great, great, great. I can see many people already responding. Ebenezer, oh, hi, good morning. Jonathan, good morning. Oreshile Opeyemi, good morning. Mori, sorry about that. More Inayo, Obey, good morning. Ben Sunday, good morning. Adekunle, good morning, good morning. Hi, good morning, everyone. Temitayo, good morning. Michael Kayode, Osie Bernard, Cheris, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning to everyone. That means everyone can hear me loud and clear. And I want to believe Nigerian network will not affect the course of the class today. I want to believe so. We don't pray for that, but Nigerian network is been somehow. So we can all hear me from our hand wherever we are. Yeah, I can see that. Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Can you all see my screen as well? Is something displayed on the screen? Is it visible to everyone? Oh, great, great, great. I can have a yes already. Great, 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 great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Means we can all hear me and we can all see my screen. Okay. So I'm going to run through the announcements very quickly. Afterwards, I introduce the trainer for today. So let me just run through the announcement very quickly, very quickly. So there is something on the screen we are all seeing already. There's something we are all seeing on the screen already. So let me run through. Yeah, Transformation College welcomes you to CompTIA Tech Plus class. Of course, this is not the first, is not the second class we are having. So I know many of us already have an idea. We have overview of what the whole CompTIA Tech Plus class looks like and what is, but believe me, many of us don't know what it's going to look like thereafter, but it's still one of the processes, right? So, and I know a lot is in store for us today. So welcome you to class once again this morning. Yeah. So I'm going to move to the second slide. Yeah. So this is the second thing on the slide. Of course, we know there are more than 5, 6, 7 Saturdays that we're having this class for, more than 8, more than 9. So these are the remaining numbers of Saturdays we'll be having this CompTIA Tech Plus 4, right? So these are the remaining. So we'll be having it on these days, right? So just have a look at it, and these are some of the things we still have left to cover. We still have many other things left to cover. So this, I think this is also shared um in the community, the WhatsApp community. So we must have seen this before. And for those who have not seen it before, we will share it again on the WhatsApp community so that everyone can see it as well. So the next thing on the announcement is this, right? If you are here in class today, of course, excluding our existing NID students already. So if you are here in class today and you have not joined the WhatsApp community, like I rightly said, there is a WhatsApp community created for CompTIA Tech Plus. So there is still an opportunity to do so this morning. So there is a link on the listing. So there's a link there already. I'm also going to share the link. I'm also going to share the link in the community and here on the chat room so that we can all click the link to join the WhatsApp community, right? So just a couple of minutes as I run through this announcement, then I will share the link there, right? So the next thing on my announcement list is this. This is very much important as well. This is very much important as well. This is very much important as well. Kindly give me a minute. I need to respond to a particular chat. Someone needs to join the class. So, yes, I said this is very much important as well. And here it is written as most students have requested, right? I'm reading what is written there. We have extended the payment deadline to 31st October. Please pay up your registration fee from the next class. Only those who have paid their fees will be admitted to the class. So it is written, and I'm quoting it as it is written. So last week, I know we gave this announcement as well. So we've extended the payment to 31st of October. So let's kindly do well to pay up our registration fee. From next class, yes, only those who are paid their fees will be admitted to class. And what's the fee? For Nigerians, it is 5,000 Nigerian currency. And for people in Ghana, the Ghanaians, it is 53 Ghanaian currency. For people in Cameroon, so that's the Cameroonians, it is 2,000 Cameroon currency. right? So do not forget also to email your proof of payment to the email address on the screen. It is being displayed on the screen. I will also share this in the community, right? And then so we have for people in Ghana, for the people in Ghana, there's an account we are to pay into, right? There's an account we are to pay into, and this is the account that is being displayed on the screen. Most likely it will also be shared on the group, on the general group, right? So that is that about that. And then I say once again, Transformation College welcomes you to another CompTIA Tech Plus class. So can we all welcome ourselves in the chat room? Let's all welcome ourselves in the chat room. Let's all welcome ourselves in the chat room very quickly, very quickly. Let's all welcome ourselves in the chat room as I introduce the trainer for today. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Welcome yourself. Welcome everybody. Welcome your friend. Welcome whoever it is on the call. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, without so much ado, without wasting much of our time, I want us to welcome our trainer for today in the person of, he's going to take over the class from this moment. He's going to take over the class from this moment. So let's all welcome Jonathan George Edokpae. Can we just welcome our trainer for today in the chat room? Jonathan George Edokpae. Let me stop sharing my screen while Jonathan takes over from there. Let me stop sharing my screen. Let me stop sharing my screen. Okay, so Jonathan George Edokpae, you're welcome to class and over to you now. Over to you. Over to you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here this Saturday morning. I don't know, can you hear me, please?
Yes, loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here, and I look forward to interacting with everyone and having an exceedingly participatory, highly energetic class. Today, we are going to be looking at the side of the CompTIA Tech Plus lecture session. Today, we're going to be looking at software application and software development. The objectives for today, 5 core areas. The first would be understanding application installation and management. Second, we'll touch on exploring common application types. The third would cover using web browsers. The fourth would also programming languages. And the fifth, but not the last, but not the least rather, the last but not the least would be programming concepts and techniques. Well, this session, like I said, is going to be interactive. So from time to time, I'm going to be asking some questions, and please kindly feel free to also pose any questions you have to me. And I would do well to respond within my capacity and my God-given knowledge on the subject area. First and foremost, the first thing we're going to be looking at is the software application. Well, before we purchase any software, there are things that are very, very important that we need to take into consideration. The first is to figure out application works with our operating system. The second is to figure out if our hardware is robust enough to support it. And what do I mean by figuring out if our hardware is robust enough to support it? I mean, for example, the RAM size let me use myself for example. I happen to run some applications on Python for machine learning at this organization where I work, A4S Online. And there are some level of data sets you would happen to come across if you run machine learning using Python, and you would find that those data sets or those applications that you are running on Python are too large for a certain level of RAM. Now, my system is quite big as far as the memory is concerned. It's about 1 TB, but the RAM is 16 gig. 16 gig normally you should say is big enough to run a system. But when it comes to some level of data sets, I find that when I'm running my data set on 16 gig, it tells me the memory is too small. The memory being this time the RAM. The RAM is too small, and then it automatically starts lagging and hanging. And so my company did something wonderful for me. That's the company I work at, did something wonderful for me by upgrading the RAM of my system. And so right now I use a 24 gig RAM. Thanks to the provisions of the company I work at. And so that's part of what we mean when we say figuring out if your hardware is robust enough. Now, let me quickly see if I can show some practical examples. I don't know, can you see my screen outside the slide?
Outside the slide, your screen is not seen yet, but I'm having a like the whole view of your screen, right?
Okay, okay. Let me see. I think it's probably the way I should. I'm supposed to. Sorry, please, just kindly. Okay, I want to see how I can make the corrections to share my whole screen. Uh, I believe this should work now. Okay, please, can you see my screen outside my slide now?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, all right. Beautiful. Okay, so I'm just going to please kindly give me 1 second or two. Just a second, please. Sorry, please kindly pardon me. Okay. So what I'm going to do. Okay. All right. Um, okay. So, for example, here is my RAM size. That's what I'm trying to. All right. Okay, here's my RAM size here. Let me quickly walk you through again. I believe perhaps some people on this call would actually be much better than I am, but let me just quickly walk you through that again. I went through my Windows button, I right-clicked on it, and I went to Task Manager. I went to the performance within the task manager, and I went to memory. And here I can see my full RAM size, which the part that's in use at the moment. being 12.9 gigabytes, about 13 gigabytes, and the part that is available being 2.7 gigabytes free. You would find that with this 2.7 gigabyte, if I try to run anything, machine learning on heavy data sets, automatically my system goes into lag mode and ceases. It stops working at some point. And so I have the system I use for the Office applications is a completely different one, and that is 24 gig RAM at the moment, and it's working well for large data sets. So that covers the second critical thing or critical point that we should look out for when we are purchasing any software. Figure out if your hardware is robust enough to support it. The third being, decide where you get your multiple sources for getting software. Some of those I'm going to be looking at as the continues. The fourth, licensing requirements for that software and whether you're intended within those requirements. Again, we'll be expatiating on all these points in the program. The first being software compatibility. In the document for each application available for download or purchase, you'd find a minimum system requirements, which again would tell you the kind of RAM that is needed for to run the software, the minimum amount of space that is needed to run the software on your system's memory. As well as a couple of other things involved. This usually, includes a list of compatible operating system versions. For example, it's not all softwares that run on some older versions, legacy versions of Windows. Some need a much more up-to-date latest version operating system. A minimum processing speed or processor speed rather, that again can be seen at the task manager or section where you would see a couple of things. I think that should be, yes, in CPU. You see the speed system works with. You see things like your base. You see this is it's my system at the moment. And this is the base speed for me. It tells me that my system with this speed compared to the is running a bit high, a bit high. Too many things are actually running at the same time. I have so many applications running at the same time here. So go back to this. It tells you a minimum amount of RAM. I think a minimum required of hard disk space that should be available before you install and make of such software. There may also be additional requirements, display adapter for persons into graphical works or in cases where the operating system is in need of graphical applications or would have to be utilized in areas. The amount of display adapter RAM or a permanent internet connection to use the software. Internet search should provide all the information needed. Yes, of course. For example, let me quickly go to my browser and something for the Anaconda package. Okay, let me not use Anaconda. Oh, what software can I use? What software can I use? Please kindly give me a minute. Please, as the session continues, if you do not understand something I'm saying or anything I'm saying, or if you have a better contribution, or if you feel the class is not interactive enough, please feel free to putting your contributions in the chat room. I will be going through comments in the chat box to know how I can upgrade or adjust or interact more with everybody on the call. I'm trying to get there's a way I did this. I don't think it's here. Okay, skip registration. Yes. Okay, so here we'll see that for Windows, the minimum requirement no, I have you already. I don't need you. Okay, let me check VM where okay, VMware. Load VMware. Export. Okay. Okay, let me try this for this part of the class. Close space. All right, I need to see. Sorry, I just want to show a picture of the part that says practical demonstration for the compatibility of software. That's just what I want to show. All right, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to come back to this practical demonstration for compatibility. For the software sources, now I think I just went through that. I'm going to go through that practically now. Before downloading any piece of software, be sure to do research and validate the source. There are different sources for getting software. There are many illegitimate sites, obviously, on the internet, the sites masquerading as legitimate ones, peddling downloads that might or might not come with extra add-ons that you weren't expecting and might come with viruses as well as malware. Now we have the original equipment manufacturer website, which is owned by and set up by the developer of the software themselves, which is always safe. Except there's an error from the manufacturer's side. Otherwise, it's always safe that you get software from such websites. An example of such here, for example, where I typed in VMware, it's a virtual machine workstation in cases where you need to carry out work, for example, in fields like cybersecurity, where you do not want to use your original machine. You have to set up a virtual machine to carry out such work. You have to install the VMware workstation to do that. Now, I typed in here VMware download, and you can see from our results, we have www.techsport.com. That is not an original manufacturer. The original manufacturer website for VMware would be www.vmware.com. And so if you're download, it would be unsafe. That's the word. It would be unsafe to this website that I'm opening right now. It would be unsafe to download from, let me close some of these. Okay, so it would be unsafe to download from this website that I just opened right now. As long as the original manufacturer has a website, it's always safer to download from manufacturer's website. This should be called a third-party website. That is this techspot.com should be called a third-party website, where some manufacturers allow these third-party websites to download application to host applications for downloads for them. I have seen instances whereby I have looked up the download of some applications, able to get them from an original equipment manufacturer sites. The only things that were sources rather that were available were third-party websites. And in such cases, you'd have to come to websites such as these, techspot.com. But when you're downloading from a website as this techspot.com, there's something I usually do. Okay, let me, I set my I set my browser to okay, family downloads. Just the way I set my browser. Are we following, please? Am I making sense? Am I carrying everybody along on the program? Hello? Okay, let me check the chat box. Okay, all right. I see a response from Mr. All right, thank you. Thank you. Let me continue. I want the measures I used on I use Microsoft Edge on my system as my only browser actually. So I want to get there's a way I set my system for safety purposes. Send, allow, not saved. That blocks. Okay, yes. Okay, so this blocks download of low reputation apps. Yes. So this setting, I go to my privacy search and services, and you can scroll down from privacy search and services. You can scroll down, you get to security, and you would see within Microsoft Edge, you would see a section within security that says block potentially unwanted apps. And so there are certain kinds of apps. Let me see if I would see there are some apps that in the past I've tried to download, and no, this is not yeah, this is one of them. This is one of them. But it's not the exact one I'm looking for. But if I don't see the exact one I'm looking for, I'll go back and use that as an example. Okay, I think this was, yes, this release graphics install. I think this was one of them. So I tried to download this software or application on my system, and because of the setting I had put up on my system, my Microsoft Edge told me that the software had some potential issues, and was going to cause some damage to my system, and it recommended that I uninstall it. So it downloaded, but it didn't, the Microsoft Edge browser didn't let the software come into my system from the downloads because of the settings I had created in my browser. And so I just deleted it straight from this part of the browser. There's also something else I do for security. I make use of Windows Defender. So there are a couple of times whereby the Microsoft Edge might still miss some potential threats to my system. In such cases, I always carry out scans. I try as much as possible to carry out Okay, the last scan was day before yesterday. Okay, so I always try to there are a couple of times I run deep scans, but it's not very frequently because deep scans take some time to run. So I just come here, I run scans on current threads, and it gives me the results. Now, there's a couple of times where I have seen, for example, when I downloaded my ngrok application or software into my found out that yes, I had threats from ngrok, and that was detected using my Microsoft Windows Defender. And so I had to uninstall the application. And so if you carry out regular routine checks using your Microsoft Defender, Windows Defender, you would see threats that might have escaped your browser, and you'll be able to make corrections to the places that need corrections to be made. Now, okay, let me just run you through. It's giving me a result for my scan. So I want to, it says the threat is low. To check out what the threat is, I have to run it as an administrator. So I run it and it says this app was removed from this device. This program has potentially unwanted behavior and the likes. Action. No, I'm not going to allow. So it's been removed from my app. I'm still going to carry out a deep scan on it again to find out why it's still showing at all in the first place. Okay, I think that's that for original equipment manufacturer and third-party websites. Now, application stores. I believe we are all conversant with application store, from the Google Play services to Apple stores, application stores on our phones. However, even on our phones, there's foreign, will I call it foreign app stores. For example, I will use my own phone, able to see it, but I'm just going to call it out. There's an application store called Palm Store. Now, Palm Store doesn't, I think, if I remember correctly, Palm Store is installed here, right here in on phones in Nigeria. Now, I may be wrong. If I'm wrong, please do well to kindly correct me on the chat box in the group chat. But what I know for a certainty is that Google Play Store follows Android devices, is the official application store for Android devices. Hence, Google Play Store, Google makes sure that applications that are on its application store, that is the Google Play Store, are authenticated, and to a very, very, very large extent, now not necessarily entirely free, but to a large extent, it is, or these applications on Google Play Store are threat-free. Now, there are times when I have gone to download applications from my Palm Store application store, and those applications I downloaded from my Palm Store application store turned out to have malware, if I may use the word, or viruses. And in previous phones, they have affected my devices. So we should be attentive actually to the sources of our software, both on our computers, laptop devices, as well as our phones. Now, in this case, we're talking about laptop devices. The three, I'll go through them again: original equipment manufacturer, third-party websites, in the event where the original equipment manufacturer cannot be accessed or assessed. And then for mostly for phones, but you also have application stores on computers as well. Mostly for phones, you have application stores. Application stores on computers include things like the Microsoft Store. For example, you can see Um, thank you very much, Martin. Thank you. I appreciate the feedback very much. For example, on the Microsoft Store, you can see applications or software such as Anaconda. Anaconda is for Python, for persons who run data analytics or data engineering applications. You would really need to make use of Anaconda because it's inclusive. This right here is Anaconda. I have it open. It's inclusive of many applications. PyCharm can be used for data analytics as well as data engineering. Uh, uh, Jupyter Lab can be used for data analytics, data engineering, software development, and some other things as well. Notebook is the one I make use of majority of the time. I use it for data engineering. I use it for data analytics. I also use it for um, machine learning engineering applications, as well as some other data applications as well. VS Code is for people who are into core software development, who handle, as well as people who handle front end engineering, full stack developers, and some core software developers make use of the VS. And then Arrow Studio. Arrow Studio is also for data analytics and more. You would see that all in all, Anaconda, those who are in data analytics. Now, instead of going to search for the Python software on the browser, you can just come into the Microsoft Store, and which is an example of this application store. You can come to the Microsoft Store and type in your Python 3.8 or your Anaconda, as the case may be. Or for persons who want to download utility softwares like WhatsApp and the likes, you can just, I believe many of us should be, if not all of us, should be conversant with this right now. And I'm sure we are even conversant with it before today, but I just wanted to quickly run through that. Now, there are some softwares that you would try to download, and it would require a licensing key or a product key to run them. In terms of the software license itself, there are typically two options. There's subscription and perpetual licenses. Now, many software manufacturers are moving to subscription-based model. A good example of this is Microsoft 365. For example, when I purchased this laptop earlier this year, I had to, in the installation of the Microsoft 365, I had to pay because it came with a product key. So I had to pay for it to be installed on my system and for the product key and licensing key to be put in. And now my subscription for my Microsoft 365 would be running out in next year, January. I'd have to renew that. To renew that, I have to pay. Microsoft 365 is a great example of this, as well as antivirus software companies. You have a couple of examples for the antivirus software companies. You have the likes of AVG, Norton, and the likes. There are many more. I can't remember them, all of them at heart at the moment. They create these licensing keys for the subscribers to be able to pay for the utility of these softwares before using it. Now, when you buy any sort of commercial software, you will have to receive a product key before you can make use of it. That is for commercial softwares, which I just spoke about. Example, Microsoft 365, AVG, and the likes. Now, let's quickly move on. Software licensing, I think that's a continuation. Yes. Now, although majority of applications acquired will probably be commercial products, there are a number of alternatives to commercial software sales. Here are some type of software that you may encounter. Now, freeware. Let me see if anyone here is very conversant with the likes of the freeware and open source software application. Can anyone on the chat room or in the chat room just quickly give me an example of freeware and open source softwares? If anyone has any idea of examples of these two. A very quick example for freeware software and open source software. Okay, let me go through the chat, the comment section. Okay, guessing that we're not so conversant with it. Okay, I'm going to take us on examples and the difference between the two. Now, very quickly, on the small scale, you can get freeware applications from download sites such as this, which I'm going to highlight now, https semicolon rather /download.cnet.com. However, personal websites, large companies like Google and Microsoft also sometimes offer products for free because it serves companies' interest to have lots of people using the software. Okay, let me just quickly give an example of a freeware application. You have things like our WhatsApp. Our WhatsApp is free. We literally do not pay any amount for the utility of our WhatsApp software. None at all. Now, that's one example. We have another example, applications. Let me see. We don't pay anything for Zoom either. So Zoom can come under as a freeware application. At least I don't pay anything for Zoom. I do not know, perhaps it might have a paid version. I'm not in the know of that at this point in time. Now, open source software is not only a free application, however, it releases the source code. That is the code that's used to build the software by the programmers. It releases that source code to the general public so that the framework or the build behind the program or the build behind the software can be studied by other programmers and be used to either improve that software, improve that machinery, or build better softwares which are different but making use of the prototype code that was used to build the original software. We have examples of this. I would quickly give examples of this. There's an AI arms race that's currently going on right now. And you have the likes of ChatGTP, Black Box AI, um, there's another one, Google Gemini and the likes. Now, we also have a robotics arms race. And if I remember correctly, for the AI arms race, let me start from the AI arms race. For the AI arms race, we also have, yes, we have Grok that's run by Tesla, Elon Musk, Tesla. We have Grok. And if I'm correct, I would have to check that again. But if I'm correct, Grok released an open source version for their software. I have to confirm that again. But even if let's assume that it's not Grok. Let's assume I'm wrong and it's not Grok that released an open source version of their software. There are a few companies that have been run in the US, including run by Elon Musk himself, including his humanoid robotics company, Tesla, where he open sourced the software that he used to build that. I want to quickly browse up if I'm correct, and Grok did Grok release an open source version? Now, the idea behind it, okay, yes, Grok 1 open sourced its software on GitHub, so I was correct, enabling developers to access the AI platform without licensing fees. Now, the idea behind, for example, in the AI arms race, the idea behind it was that AI is, yes, it's a new field. It's relatively new. It's not new per se, but it's relatively new in the context with which we have it today. But that's not the core reason why it was open source. The core reason why it's open source is because um, if you leave AI development to proceed in an unchecked manner, it poses a couple of threats to both on a global scale, economic development, political development, social development, and interaction on a global scale, because it's a kind of technology or software that, well, I want to call it a software that can give unchecked powers to a few, quote unquote, a few in society. And so in such an instance, if only a few people have the knowledge, the capacity to develop this quote unquote all-powerful system, all-powerful software, then you have the power for economic change, the power for business change, the power for political change in the hands of a few. So the idea behind open sourcing AI applications such as Grok is to be able to what's the word now? Proliferate the technology, quote unquote, proliferate the technology. That is, release it to the public for the public to be able to utilize it, remove it from the hands of a few, so that power doesn't rest in the hands of a few. Today in the world, largely many systems are run on the democratic political system. And so the idea is to democratize, that's the word, democratize it. Open source is simply to democratize the application, democratize the software in such a case whereby the power for that software doesn't rest in the hands of a few persons or a few individuals or a few companies. And so that's basically the difference. Freeware is, I would say, it touches more on utility softwares, the likes of Gmail, the likes of WhatsApp, the likes of well, Microsoft Word is not a freeware. We pay for Microsoft Word. Let me see some other freeware applications that are here. The likes of even Python, that's a freeware application. Python for development. Those are freeware applications. And so it doesn't release the source code. It doesn't democratize the software. It doesn't democratize the build behind the software. It just releases the utility of those softwares for free, allowing, because it's of advantage to the company that builds it, allowing the users to make use of it, to connect with it, to create applications with it, and the likes. There are other applications like that. We have Xmind. Xmind is another free software, and Shareware is a software that provides a free trial with the expectation that you pay for it if you like it and decide to keep it. I believe many of us are conversant with this, but I'm still going to show an example of this. Would be this morning, even before this morning, but this morning sorry, all right, I've seen it. This morning I revisited Smart Draw. Smart Draw is a software that's used to create and build business processes as well as other apps. But I opened my Smart Draw this morning and saw that the previous account I had opened had run out of free. So I had to open yet another one because I don't want to pay for it. So I had to open yet another one with another account that runs on a 7-day free trial. Now, once that trial is done, my time with them elapses. I pay for a paid service, or I subscribe to a paid service, either monthly, yearly, but periodically. That's the point behind it. Now you have proprietary software. Proprietary software keep the code closed and all aspects of the software. To use proprietary software, you all is a license. I think examples of this again will be Microsoft 36. No, Microsoft 365. No. I don't think that example to give. Um, okay, I think nothing immediately comes to my mind at the moment. Microsoft 365. I do not remember if there are trial versions for it. That's why I do not want to directly give that as an example. Let me just quickly see if I'll see. But proprietary softwares basically are softwares that everything is kept under lock and key, under the control of the developers or the owners of the software. And so you have to pay for it to use it. It's not democratized, so you do not have access to the programming or the source code behind it that's used to build it. Everything is paid for. Okay. Oh, I didn't see this. For example, the Microsoft 365 family allows people, okay, to use up to 6 people in one subscription. And in office or school environments, a site license may be in place stating that 100 or 1,000 users, or however many are negotiated, may use the software. Okay, that's that for proprietary software. Software manufacturers have smartly made installing their products very easy. I think let me just run through. They understand that if the average user can't get the software onto their machine, then it by customers and companies who want to make use of it, and then the developers won't make money. Within an operating system, you might want to install additional operating system features, applications, or drivers. I'm going to run us through that. I'm going to run us through a few practical applications or practical steps on that. I'm going to do that now. Operating system features. Most operating system features are installed during the initial installation of the operating system. There are some optional features that perhaps not all users need, but you do. For example, if you run your Windows computer as a web server, you need a package called Internet Information Services. Clearly, not everyone needs that. Definitely. Okay, let me quickly see. There's a practical application for this. That's somewhere here. Okay. Any questions, please? Or any place where I wasn't very clear? Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Adekunle. Power supply just went off. The generator was just put off, and yeah, but I'll be fine in the meantime. It should last till the generator comes back on. So, what I would do very shortly, I will close down some applications to conserve my power supply, to conserve my battery rather. Okay. But thank you very much, Dekunle. The Zoho platform, okay. I wasn't looking into the chat box. Okay, give responses. Zoho platform, yes, very good. Zoho platform, I think that would be um sorry, just a minute. But it's one of the software applications, types of software applications we spoke about. How those have those who have paid. Okay. This should not be for me then. Um, all right. Okay, I believe there are no questions yet at the moment, but I want to quickly please, we're here for you. I'm on this assignment because of you. So if I'm not meeting your expectation, do well to kindly let me know so that I know how to step up my game for you. Um, I'm here for you all the time, would be channeled towards getting the message of software application and software development properly across to you. So if I'm not doing it properly, then I'm not doing my job well. So kindly let me know if I have anything I need to explain better. No. This is not what I'm looking for. All right. No. I'm looking for, there are a few, uh, okay. 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 So, okay. Okay. So, we want to look at how to turn off or on, as the case may be, a few Windows features for our operating system. Um, okay. All right. Okay, so we were talking about, sorry, let me just quickly look into this again. For example, if you need to run a computer called Internet Information Services. Okay, so in the instance where we need to run our Windows computer as a web server, uh, and we surely need, in such cases, need Internet Information Services. That's the package called Internet Information Services. What we simply do, we go to our Windows page and type in uh, Windows. Okay. Windows features and open it up. Now here we can see a list of features, the ones that are currently obtainable. That's the ones that are currently in use. We have the .NET framework feature, we have the media features, we have the Microsoft Print to PDF features. Now, in this instance, in the cases where we need to run our Windows operating system as a web server, this is the Internet Information Services feature where we click it and we click OK. Now, I don't want to run mine as a web server, so I'm going to remove that feature. But this basically is how to uh, get it up and running in the event whereby we need to make adjustment to Windows features for our operating system. Again, I'll take it again. We go to the Windows Windows feature, and then we type in the Windows features. We would see turn Windows features on or off. We open it up, and then we come here and we select the features we desire as is applicable to whatever um, task we are running or we are given to do at that moment. All right, so that's that for operating system features. Now, applications. There are some cases whereby um, we need to install applications from, let me use flash drive because it's been quite some time since it might still be obtainable, but it's quite some time since I saw applications being installed from disk, yes, disk. So compact disk. So what I have seen in recent times, as recent as this month, October, is applications being installed from flash drives. For example, in the case whereby, let me use myself for example, I don't have an internet connection and I need to get this software or application into my system, and I need to collect it from someone else, a colleague, a friend, someone else. You know, I can use a flash drive to collect the executable file from the person's system. Now, for a disk, just pop it into the drive, and for a flash drive, insert it into the USB port. Again, for things like the flash drive, we need to be very, very careful on our cybersecurity is not the word, on our well, we can still use cybersecurity, but that's not the word I'm looking for. We need to be very careful for threats on viruses, malware, and phishing devices that can be transmitted using flash drives and via USB ports. For that, again, we make use of things like Windows Security Defender as well as AVG. Now, AVG and Windows, over the years, Windows Security Defender has improved very, very greatly to be able to tackle cyber threats as well as viruses and malware. Uh, I would say it's going to be preferable for many persons. The reason being that AVG is good, but it's a subscribe to service. It's a paid for service. Hence, if you want to get some advanced features on AVG, you have to pay for it. However, Windows Defender comes with the all Windows systems. Hence, if you're not making use of other operating systems like Linux and the likes, and you're making use of what they call it, Windows, it's best to just make use of the Windows Defender. Keep it up to date, have the latest version of it, and make use of it in scanning things like flash drives when you want to transfer files and folders from computer to computer. Now, if it doesn't, for a disk, just pop it into the drive, and for a flash drive, insert it into the USB port and set up the program, which will generally start automatically. If it doesn't, go to the File Explorer and double click the drive icon for the drive, which is basically here. Now, this is the File Explorer. Many of us would know this already by now, if not all of us, but I'll still go through it. This is the File Explorer. And this is what it's basically saying. We'll click here, and this is where we would see a drive. If a drive is inserted into the system, we would see it under the section called this PC. So we just click it. If there was a foreign drive or a flash inserted into my system, it would display here. And what I can do is click the drive, just as this right now is not a drive. This is my own inbuilt hard drive. Um, but if it was a foreign flash drive, it would display just as this hard drive is displaying, and then you can click it and do whatever work you want to get done on the drive. Let me quickly go back to it and read up what it says. If that doesn't start up, the setup if that doesn't start up the setup program, it will open a list of files on that media. Locate and double click the one named setup or something similar. Now, let me quickly go to, when installing software, let me quickly go to some executable files that I downloaded. And they are already installed on my system, but I'm going to run through the download again, practically, just to show how the download works. Going to run through the download again. I think there's a file I downloaded this morning, if I'm correct. Please leave. I don't need you. Just leave. Okay. I thought I downloaded a file this morning. Okay, don't worry. Let me open this orange. Yes, I knew I downloaded a file this morning. Okay, so for this, we're going to run. Okay, I remember why I didn't use it. Okay, let me still show you this. And there's an error that I want to highlight on this. I'm not going to install it because it has an error, but I'm just going to highlight the error. Now, to install this software, this is a software for it's a programming language software. Now, to install this software, I right-click on the software and I go to run as administrator so that it can install in the administrative section of my machine, and I can have access to it in all parts of my machine, not just as a guest, but as an administrator. Hence, I click run as an administrator. Now, here is the challenge I'm having with it that I want to highlight for this program. I downloaded the software this morning, and as you can see, in any time you try to, or we try to run any software or application on our system, we should always look at the publisher. Now we can see here it says publisher unknown. For most cases, what I am aware of, there might be other instances, but what I'm aware of and what I learned and I was taught is that when the publisher is unknown, it carries risk in most cases. There's a risk if anything that happens to your system from the software is you're on your own. So in most cases, I avoid installing softwares where the publisher is unknown. Now, let me quickly highlight cases where the publisher is known and I was able to proceed. Now, this is Orange software is used for data mining and some data engineering applications. Let me quickly run it as an administrator. So we can see here verified publisher. And so the publisher is verified, meaning that it's a known manufacturer, it's a known software developer. Hence, what's the exposure to viruses and cyber threats and malware and phishing devices are relatively low compared to the other publishers whose works are unknown, or where cases whereby the publishers are unknown. So I click yes, and it starts the installation process for me. I click next. Um, okay, I click I agree. Install just for me, install for anyone using. Okay, so to install, I want to install just for me as an administrator. Create shortcuts. Yes, space required. Now, as installing this, when I was downloading it, I'm pretty sure I will still revisit that again, but I'm pretty sure when I was downloading it, it showed this space required in the basic requirements, basic requirement documents of the software. Now, if, for example, my own system is 1 TB and it still has ample space on it. Now, there are cases whereby, let me look at that again. There are cases whereby some systems might not have up to this for persons that are doing exceedingly large, carrying out exceedingly large amounts of work on their systems or their machines, and their systems are full. Now, they might not have up to this required space. Or let's even assume they have up to this required space, and let's say it's 500 or 450. Let's say what they have remaining on their disk drive is 450 megabyte. Now, if for any reason they go ahead and install this, it might give their system problems because the required space, the available space rather, is not, what's the word to use now? It's not sufficient enough. Yeah, it might surpass in some cases, but it's still choked up. There's no much breathing room for the software to run on the system. Hence, the system might run into problems. It might hang, it might become faulty, it might malfunction, and the likes. So this space required is a basic requirement anytime we're carrying out any software installation for a software application. So let me just quickly run it. Okay, and click install. All right, so it's this may take a while, so we'll revisit it later. All right, let me quickly go back to this. When installing a software, you should always, let me go to the chat room and see so that I do not miss out questions. Uh, that's critical questions that are being asked. Uh, Black Hat. Okay, Ugochukwu, I believe you were speaking to me. Pardon me, sorry, I missed your response and what the response was for. Okay, why do we run as an administrator? Okay, we do that for example purposes like what I have shown you now. One of the reasons is to ensure that the software is verified, comes from a verified publisher, to check that the software comes from a verified publisher. Number two, we are running as administrators to install the software on the administrative side of the system and not just the guest side of the system. Now, in every system, let me open this. Let me see if this would do. Okay, in every system, there's an administrator. This is not what I'm looking for. Administrator. No, 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 no. I'm looking for. I wanted to show you the administrative side of my system. Let me see if I'll see it in settings. I should be able to see it in settings. All right. In every system, all right, this is the administrative. You can see Jonathan George, adopt by administrator. Now, in some systems, I should have that on my system as well, but to be honest, I haven't gone through that. The guest side, their guest machines to the system. Now, aside from checking whether the publisher is verified or not, we also want to ensure that the the software is recognized on the administrative side of the command prompt. when running. Here's what I mean. Now, this is my command prompt. Sorry, please just kindly give me 2 seconds. This is a software application. I'm still going to visit this later in this program today. But please just kindly give me like a few seconds. Uh, okay. Now, aside from verifying that the publisher is verified or not, we also want to ensure that the software has full access to the administrative side of my computer. That's complete access because, again, I'm an administrator. I log in with a password. I have full control of my laptop. Now, if the software is not installed in the administrative side or as an administrative, what's the word now? As an administrative, if the software is not giving administrative privilege, then we'll find out that there are certain things I will want to run on the software, and it will tell me that I cannot make certain changes. I have been running certain programs before. What program was that now? I'm trying to remember. I've been running certain applications before. I think it was a version of Python I installed on my system sometime back, around sometime back. I installed a version of Python on my system, and I didn't install it as an administrator back then. Now, I tried to make modifications to my application, and it told me I didn't have the privilege to make modification to my application. Why? Because as the software wasn't installed as an with giving administrative privileges during installation, the computer automatically assumes that it is a guest that is using the software, meaning that it's not the owner of the laptop or it's not the owner of the machine that's making use of the software. Hence, there are certain applications or privileges you will want to carry out with that software on that machine or laptop. You will not be given the privilege to carry out those applications or tasks with that software on that machine. Why? Because the machine automatically assumes that you are a guest. You are not the owner of that system itself. Hence, it's not going to, it won't give you the privileges because it thinks if it gives you the privilege being the guest, you can make changes without the permission of the owner of the laptop. Does this answer your question? And let me come back to the chat room. Uh, Hi, Oluwatobi. Does this answer your question? I hope it does. If it does, please just kindly signify. You want to, absolutely. Okay, thank you very much. Let me just go through it again. You want to, from my part, I had to uninstall that Python when I was using it. I had to uninstall that Python. I think that was 3.14 or 12 back then. Right now we have 3.19 or 3.2 something at the moment, if I'm correct. I had to uninstall that version of Python I was using and reinstall it as an administrator before I was given privileges to modify the application I was working on with that Python software. And so you want to have full privilege of the software you're working with. You want the machine to be able to recognize you and the software as working. You want the machine to be able to recognize the software as working with the owner of that computer or as working for the owner of that computer, so that when you command the software to carry out a work for you, the machine can grant it all privileges that are due to carry out all tasks that are needed to be executed by the software or application in question. That's why you make installations using the administrative mode or administrator mode. Okay, so I believe that answers the question, like you said. All right. So when installing software, you should always do the following. Read the instructions. Most people don't do this. There was a time I don't used to do this. Again, if perhaps if I had done that, I can't remember. Do they talk about administrator or no administrator? No, I don't think. I will check again. I don't think they speak about administrator on that side. But read the instructions. Most people don't do this. You would find that the more a person knows about computers, the less likely it is for them to follow this practice. I'm guilty. I'm not going to lie because I learned computers from my elder brother. My elder brother is a software, it's a huge software guru. So there are some of these things that I picked up from working under him. He will tell me, say, JG, just do this, go to that side of the system, just do this. And then the practice stuck with me. And like that, it just became a part of me. So some of these things is as I started making certain errors. As I do and I make certain errors, do and make certain errors, I will now start going back. Oh, why did I make this error? Like, for example, the time I told you about the time that I installed my Python without using administrator privileges and, it didn't allow me to carry out certain tasks. That was an error. And the reason I made that error was because uh, I wasn't really conversant with the fact that I always had to use administrator privileges also for to prevent virus and malware threats to the system to ensure that the publisher is verified as well. So that covers that. Always read the instructions on the computer, on the software application manual to ensure that you are following the right steps, to ensure that the software meets the required standard for the hardware you're using, as well as the operating system that you're using. Read the agreements. Along with the instructions, read the licensing agreements. Okay, you can read the licensing agreements if the licensing agreements are short, but yes, try as much as possible to always go through the key parts of the licensing agreements because I'm aware that in some softwares, the licensing agreements grants the publisher, some softwares grant publishers the right to, for example, eavesdrop on your data. It grants some publishers rights to make use of your data in certain ways. And so you must be aware of these modalities involved. You must be aware of these rights that your software is granting to the publisher and take steps to mitigate any unwanted exposure. I think there was a time we had issues on cybersecurity exposures where it was said that Google, I don't know if we all remember the case of Edward Snowden when he exposed the fact that some US government parastatals were using some softwares to eavesdrop on the users of those softwares. Now those it wasn't some cases, let me just put it this way, in some cases, you really cannot sue the developer because it's written clearly in the licensing agreement that this is what we do, this is how we're going to use the software, when this is how we're going to use your data. Do you agree? Do you not agree? You should be aware of all these things and you should take steps to mitigate any unwanted exposure. I think as we go through the course, still look at steps on, I will still cover steps on how to mitigate some of those. Uh, how do you, okay, let me show you that. That will come to settings. Wait, do you mean, uh, do you mean upgrade or update? because if you're talking about, sorry, let me just read that again. If you're talking about upgrading, you're talking about upgrading RAM and the likes. Now, that is the work of system engineers. You have to go to system engineers for the RAM. For the RAM, for example, I told you my former system, this system, not my former system, this system I'm using 16 gig. The company I work for upgraded my office system to 24, still from 16 to 24. Now, that is basically the work of a system engineer. And so if you want to upgrade, if you're talking about upgrading the RAM size, upgrading the um uh in certain parts of the system, that's the work of system engineer. Now, if you're talking about upgrading the operating system, that's the software used to run the system, you have to purchase a licensing key to get that done. Let me look at this question. Okay, let me look at this question, then I would go to my browser. And Oluwatobi, please, I'm coming to your question. Huzainat, please, I hope I got the name, the pronunciation correct. Forgive me if I didn't. Please let me understand the premise behind your question. When you say, can it be recent, what are you talking about with regards to can what be recent? Please kindly let me know. Is it usual for developer software to be different from the publisher? Why are their interests in terms of security is dropping? Okay, let me take your first question. Is it usual for a software to be different? Softwares come in different versions. And so, for example, what's to use now? Let me use an example of Python. Let me go to the Microsoft Store and I'll show you some practical examples using Python. Okay, so Python, for example, you can see multiple versions of Python here. There's 3.11, 3.12, 3.10, 3.9. Now, those are multiple versions. However, and this is to answer your first question, Oluwatobi. However, for each of those versions, let's take, for example, version 3.9. Version 3.9 would have the same properties wherever you're anytime you are not wherever anytime you are downloading it from the Python, an accredited Python source, Python 3.9 would always have the same properties. Now, when I say accredited Python source, what do we go back to sources of downloading where we talked about the developer source, we talked about the third-party source, we talked about the application store and the likes. Now, those are accredited sources. Now, in the event whereby you are downloading from an unaccredited source, and let's say you just go online and you just type Python version 3.9, and then you would see multiple sources other than the accredited sources. If you are downloading from those sources, I cannot, and I don't think anybody else can guarantee you that the version would be authentic, would be the same as what you would get, for example, when you are downloading from this Microsoft Store, you know? Now, when you're downloading from this Microsoft Store, it's an accredited because it's an application store. So it's an accredited version. You are downloading, you are very certain that this 3.8 you are going to see here is the same 3.8 you would see if you use your, what do they call it? Your browser, any browser you use, and you type in, let me show you, please. It's the same 3.8 you use, you're typing in Python 3.8 download. Okay, so now this is an accredited source because this is the developer's source themselves, python.org. And so we go, this Python 3.8 here is the same Python 3.8 you will get here. No difference. However, I cannot guarantee you that it will be the same Python 3.8. For example, if you are getting your own version from this file hippo, it might be a completely different Python 3.8 that you will get from file hippo, other than what you will get from python.org, you know? But as long as you're getting it from an accredited source, you are certain to get one version, one property for the same version from accredited sources. Now, why are there interest in terms of security, eavesdropping? Okay, I think that would come under national security. You can do well if you just type in Edward Snowden or no, John Snow is not his name. Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden. Yes, that's his name. Edward Snowden. He used to work for American intelligence agencies. If you just type in his name, you would see when he came to prominence. He came to prominence in 2013 or so, if I remember correctly, between 2012 and 2013, when he exposed US government for his dropping. Now, those are national security parts. A lot of these software companies do it. For example, they take your data in in using cookies, using they take your data. Let me show you something from my there's something I used. They take your data, they also track you. Those are national security concerns though. But let me show you something. There's a way I mitigated such challenges here on my browser. Okay. Now, if you see the privacy search and services session of my what they call it now, my Microsoft Edge, you'd see tracking prevention websites use trackers to collect info about your browsing. Now, okay, some of the, aside from national security concerns, checking what bad guys, quote unquote, bad guys are doing on the internet, ensuring that there's sanity over the internet. Aside from those national security, you also have reasons like advertisement. You have, for example, Google. I know that Google collects data, or it's alleged they collect data. I also know that it's also alleged that Facebook and Instagram also collect some data to get your things like your browsing history. Now, what they use that browsing history for is that when they collect your data, please kindly pardon me for the noise at the background. It's my neighbors. So when they collect that data, they use it to tailor advertisement to you, the users of that application. And so if you go to sites such as YouTube now, for example, YouTube, as well as even Twitter, let's use Twitter, which is otherwise called X today. If you go to Twitter, there's a for you part of the Twitter. There's a for you part of the Twitter handle. Sorry, please. Let me quickly. Okay. I'm being told by my boss that we'll be going on a break by 12 noon. So that will be in about 15 minutes time. We'll be going on a break by 12 noon, and the break would end by 1 p.m. Okay. All right. Please, if you ask a question on the chat box and for any reason I miss it, please, if you can, kindly unmute your mic and just call my attention to it. Just let me know, and immediately I would respond if I miss any of your questions for any reason. Just feel free to unmute your mic, call my attention. It's an interactive session. I would immediately respond. All right. So what I do here is I do not want my data to be falling into the hands of the likes of Google, Microsoft, whether it be for advertisement, whether it be for national security concerns. So I mitigate the risk involved by blocking the tracking capabilities of these web services. And you can see here we have basic, we have balanced, and we have strict. Now, within you can see the various what they call it now. You can see the various what's obtainable in the various scales of tracking prevention. Allows most trackers across all sites. Now, this one blocks trackers from sites I haven't visited. This one blocks a majority of trackers from all sites. This one, uh, now here's the disadvantage for the strict standard of tracking prevention. Parts of the sites might not work or might not work well. I have encountered such challenge when I'm using some sites where I blocked where I blocked the tracking abilities of the sites, and I found out that there were some things I could not do on the website. It says to continue to proceed with um, certain tasks on this website. I must remove the block that I put on the tracking prevention and all that. It's happened in some cases. So to prevent the website from malfunctioning, what I do is I just put it on balanced. And yes, some tracking abilities are still able to escape my mitigation steps. However, on the average, I'm able to mitigate the challenge of being tracked on the internet by at least to some extent. Definitely not entirely, but to some extent, I'm able to mitigate the challenges of being tracked on the internet by these software giants. And so I hope that answers your question, Oluwatobi. Um, Huzainat, please, again, I hope I pronounced your name properly. If I didn't, please kindly correct me. I was asking that you please put me through on the premise of your question where you asked, can it be recent? If you put me through, I want to understand, can what be recent? If I understand what you're asking, definitely I would be obliged to respond to your question, please. All right. All right, let's quickly continue because we're still in page 11 out of 93. So by 12, we'll be going on a break. Let me quickly continue. Now, when installing the software, yes, read the instruction, be aware of advanced options. Use the default options. Usually the default options are fine. However, in some cases, you might want to change the directory where the software is installed. Now, this is an issue for, again, I'm using Python. The reason I'm using Python, for example, is that I work with Python very frequently. So I find a majority of these challenges that are being mentioned here, I find that I encounter them sometimes when I'm working with Python. So that's why I'm using Python as an example. Now, if we're working this directory of where you put your software is very, very, very important. And I'll show you why. Let me come to this. Uh, okay, this is Anaconda. Okay, this actually is environments, not directory. Is still important though. Now, let me show you environments. Environments will be on the browsing. Yep. In one of these two. I hope I didn't close you. Okay. No. It's not yet. Okay. Um, all right, so it's gonna be here. I suppose no. No. Come on. Okay. No way. That means it's here is up. I opened up to 3 this morning. Why are you showing me 2? What happened to you? That means there's one more. Sorry, please kindly. I want to touch on that environment. It's important that I touch on it because if you install, for example, if you're using Python and you install your software on a certain environment. Now, if you need to carry out a command, or if you need to run the application you are building from your Python on your command prompt, you're definitely going to, if you need to carry out simple HTML page, no, not that one, not that one. 1 hour ago. So you guys do. Okay, I will revisit it maybe after the break, but let me just explain it from my knowledge. If you need to carry out and if you need to execute a task on the application you are running on that software, you need to know the directory or environment where that software was installed. If not, when you run the command or when you try to execute the command on the command environment, which is this, if you try to execute the command on the command environment in a wrong directory or in a wrong environment, you would definitely get an error. And you'll be wondering, yes, the computer would show you that the error is telling you it doesn't recognize the environment. But there are instances, and that can easily be corrected, but there are instances whereby it is burdensome to implement the correction. For example, if you've run pages or multiple cells of Python code and you run it in a different environment, you're supposed to merge two Python scripts together, and you've run them in two different environments. Now, when you are merging, I can assure you 101% that your application is not going to function. It's not going to execute the task you want to execute. Why? Because they are running from two different environments. And so the first thing we try to do is we must take note of the directory. We must also take note of the environment. Now, let me quickly, I will go back to the directory because there's something I did on directory this morning just before the class. I can't find it now, but after the break, I'll touch on it. But let me show you quickly on environment. For example, now this is Anaconda for Python. And we have, these are multiple environments that are open for my work. Now I'm currently working in the Anaconda 3 environment. Now, if I make a program, implement a program here or an application in this environment, and I go and implement another application in this environment called base root. If I want to merge both applications together, it's not going to work. And so I'm going to have to transfer everything. Now, that can be simple, but it's majorly simple, yes, but there are a few instances whereby you are going to definitely run into challenges in starting again. And so it's always best that you take proper note from the start of any software work of the directory. And in instances where you have environments that you're working in, you take note of the environment you're working in. If you have to write it down somewhere on your machine, please write it down so that you are not mixing, so that you put everything in the right and proper environment and you're not mixing things up. Otherwise, that can complicate your work when you want to execute files. We have 6 more minutes to the break time. Let me check the chat box. Okay. Husainat, I understand now. All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. Let me quickly, we just have 5 more minutes before the break. Let me quickly go back on to the next part of the topic. Now, removing an application that you no longer want can free up disk space. space. There was someone that's asking about upgrading system. I spoke about upgrading system. If you want to upgrade your, yes, okay, I'll revisit that after the break. So, that is updating operating systems and upgrading operating systems. I'll visit that after the break. After the break, I would also revisit what was I talking about? Directory for the software, and then upgrading. Okay, so I'm going to revisit this too after the break. Please, if I forget to revisit these things I've said, please kindly remind me. It is my obligation to carry you through in everything on these 93 slides. I'm obliged to do so. So please kindly remind me. I would do so unfailingly. If I forget to, yeah. So removing an application you no longer need can free up disk space. In addition, if that application has a component that runs constantly in the background, yes, for example, applications that take up heavy disk space on the RAM, removing the application can free up the memory that was previously used by that function. For Mac OS, Mac operating systems users, unless the application specifically has a remove folder, you can delete the application by dragging it to the thrash. Also delete any ancillary folders or files associated with the application.
Jonathan, are you still there? Jonathan, are you still there? We can no longer hear you. How many of us can still hear Jonathan? I can no longer hear him from my hand.
Let me quickly open that up. Here,
Okay.
control panel. So what I did, I clicked on my Windows button. Sorry, I clicked on my Windows button and I typed
Yeah,
in control.
Jonathan, we lost you. We lost you for a while now, like couple of 1 minute, I guess. Yes, we could not hear anything.
Oh, I'm
So
so
you just,
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, but can you hear me well now?
Go ahead, go ahead. We
Okay.
can hear you
Okay.
now. Just go ahead.
Okay, so I was saying that we're almost due. We are due. In fact, we are due for break already. So I don't know if you heard me when I said after the break, I'm going to touch on upgrading operating systems. I've spoken about upgrading the hardware. That is done by system engineers,
Yes,
the
we heard
likes.
that.
Okay,
We heard that.
okay. Okay, so now let me just quickly show you control panel and then we'll go on break. On installation on Windows using the control panel and then we'll go on break. So I click on my Windows button, I open my control panel, um, open my control panel, okay, and then programs, uninstall a program. Now, I just installed Orange. That is this first one here. But I want to uninstall it for the purpose of demonstration for this program. So here's what I'll do. I came, if you remember, very quickly, after this, I will just wrap up. It's 11:59, please, very quickly, and I'll wrap up. So I came to control panel. If you remember, then I came to programs. I clicked on uninstall a program. My target is to uninstall Orange. So I click on Orange. And then I go to uninstall. I click on uninstall. And then since I installed it using the administrative privileges, it would ask me still via that uh, administrator privileges mode. And it will ask me, am I sure I want to uninstall or change this application? And I say yes. And then it brings up the uninstall. I click it, and then it's removing all packages. And I believe that's for uninstall. right now, and we'll be going on break till 1 p.m. It's 12 noon sharp. We'll be going on our break till 1 p.m. rather, and then we'll be back to continue. I hope this session so far has been informative and exciting. I hope I've carried you along properly. If I have failed to do so, please tell me where I need to step up when we return from the break, and I would definitely oblige you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jonathan George Edopaye. That's a very good and a powerful delivery from your end. Thank you very much. And this
Thank
is
you.
just the first session. We'll be having another session immediately after the break. So we'll be going on a short break now. And when we return back to class, we'll be having another session, which is our last session for the day. However, please, an attendance form was sent to the group, the chat box rather. So kindly click on the link to, if you have not done so before, kindly click on the link to be register on the link so that you can be on the attendance list. But however, if you are filling the attendance form, if you are our existing NIG students before, if you're in NSS, kindly input that as your department, Networking and System Security NSS. If you are in CSE, kindly input that as your department, Computer Software Engineering. And if you are not one of our existing NIG students, you can kindly fill in the department as CompTIA Tech Plus, CompTIA Tech Plus, right? So that is for that aspect. And someone is asking me here, I was asked to fill in a valid email address. Should I fill in my email address? Of course, yes, fill in your email address, a valid one. And yeah, someone is also asking, can I have your WhatsApp number? Okay, I think this should be for Jonathan George. Every other question will be attended to once he comes back to class. Okay, this person is saying, do I fill the attendance each and every class or no, you just fill it once. Just fill it once. Once you're on the attendance, just fill it once. Right? Fill it once and write the class you are in. If you are one of our existing NID students, fill in your department, maybe um networking and system security, or you are in CSC, that's computer software engineering. So if you are not in either of the two, then you will definitely be in CompTIA Tech Plus department. So please take note of that. Take note of that. Okay, this person that is asking for the WhatsApp number is saying that because I'm trying to download one app on my system, but it didn't work. So Jonathan George, please take note of that. Odeyemi Ibrahim Boluwatife asked a question. So she said, or he, can I have your WhatsApp number because I'm trying to download one app on my system, but it didn't work. So please, after the break, Jonathan George, please help me attend to this question so she can get to download which app she wants to download.
Okay,
So
I
if you
will
have
surely
filled,
do so.
yeah, if you have filled the attendance form, you don't need to fill it again. Just fill it once. But if you have not filled it before, then you need to fill it. So that's it, right? So thank you very much, everyone. We need to go on a break now, and we'll be right back immediately after the break. So the break will be coming back around 1, resuming back for the next section, right? Thank All right, so Jonathan George, I want you to continue with the class now, but before you continue, let me just do a reminder that for as many of us that have not filled the attendance form, let's kindly do so. The link will be shared again so that when we click on the link, we fill in that. And anywhere you see department, there is a field in the department that you need to put there. I mean, the form that carries department. So this is what you put there. If you are our existing NID student, so whichever your department is, you put it there. If it is CSC or NSS, you put it there. But if you are not one of our existing NID students, you just fill in CompTIA Tech Plus as your department in that particular field, right? And yeah, then there's also a place asking for email address. Kindly put a valid email address that you're using there as well. So I think that settles that. So we'll progress now in the class. Over to you, Jonathan George.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again, everyone. And welcome back to the second session and final session for today, software application and software development. Okay. We have a lot to catch up on, so I would just be very quick in this second session. I remember saying before the break that sorry, pardon me, please. I remember saying before the break, I'm trying to share my screen again. Okay. Okay. So, am I? Okay. No, 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 no. Okay, I remember saying before the break that I was going to um touch on the upgrading of operating systems. Now, what I was aware of before the break was upgrading of hardware, and of course, I know how to update operating systems. What I didn't know before the break, and I have updated my knowledge on, was that you can actually upgrade your operating system from the update button. Now, I didn't know that before the break, because I've never had the need to to upgrade from Windows 10 to Windows 11. I just, now, how did I do it? Or how do we do it rather? I click the Windows button, I come to settings, or you use the shortcut and just click Windows I. Okay, let me close this and click Windows I. All right, that takes us to settings, and you can see Windows Updates here in settings. So I click Windows Updates, and it takes me to check for updates. Now, in the event whereby before you can upgrade from something like Windows 10 to Windows 11, I can't remember who asked the question again. Before you can upgrade from Windows 10 to Windows 11, there's a level of compatibility that your system must reach. You must get that information, again, like we spoke about for software, check the requirements from the Windows website. Once your system rather meets such requirements, clicking on check for updates or carrying out regular updates, you definitely see upgrade the option to download Windows 11. That's in the event where you're using Windows 10 and you want to upgrade to Windows 11 and your system meets the requirement that is needed to upgrade to Windows 11. So that's that for that. If you have any questions, please, anyone with any questions on that, you can always still ask again. Let me go to the chat box, please, just in case I am moving too fast and you're asking questions and I'm not seeing them. Please kindly feel free to unmute your mic and call me out. I'm obliged to answer every question you ask. I would immediately, once my attention is drawn to it, I will come to the chat box and reply. Please, okay, my WhatsApp number, I think this is the second person that's asking for it again. Uh, uh, okay, as the class proceeds, definitely, why not? I would definitely share my WhatsApp number that I can be reached on. And if you have any issues or questions with software development, again, I'm obliged to do this for free for you. So I would surely do it for free. Sorry, I'm trying to move this. Okay, I'm trying to move this away from the screen. Okay, so please, I will share my WhatsApp number unfailingly towards the end of the class. And if I forget, please kindly remind me. Oh, I can just share it now. I'll share it towards the end of the class. As we have learned previously that a driver, also known as a device driver, is a piece of software written to tell the operating system how to communicate with a specific piece of hardware. Okay, here are the basic steps to installing a driver. Once you have connected and powered up the device, boot the computer and wait for Windows. Windows will pop up. Okay, I want to practically I want to show some practical steps on driver installation. Now, recently I had some challenge with my is it device manager system? There's a place where driver. Let me just be quick about that. Okay, it's not here. Device manager. It should be here. All right, it's here. Okay, so recently I had some issues with my camera, my laptop camera, and in such an instance, if you're having an issue with this is for the mouse, you right click and you, I think it's properties. No, 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 no. Okay, no, it's not right click. Integrated camera. Okay, all right. Okay, so to do that, let me start again so that I carry everybody along practically. I clicked my Windows button and then I right-clicked the Windows button. Right-click, not left-click. And then I went to Device Manager. On getting to Device Manager, sorry, my mouse is... Let me quickly change my mouse. Okay, on getting to Device Manager, okay. On getting to Device Manager, for example, if I want to check the driver for my mouse, okay, so I'm getting to Device Manager. I clicked this arrow, not the mouse itself, but the arrow that's beside the mouse. I clicked it, and then I right-clicked on the mouse. Please, not left-click, right-click on the mouse, and then if, for example, if I want to uninstall the device, this is where I click to uninstall it. I don't want to uninstall it at the moment. If I want to disable the device, this is where I click to disable it. If I want to update the driver, here is where I'll click, but I don't want to do it on mouse so that we don't get any troubles while we're working. So let me update the driver on camera. I believe I'm not using my camera today. So how it will ask you how you want to search for drivers. This is as with regards to drivers, search automatically for drivers. Yeah, the best drivers for your device are already installed. So the drivers for my camera is already up to date. I believe that happens when updating my system. Yes, but if for any reason the drivers do not update while you're updating your system, this is where and how to go about updating drivers. You go to Device Manager. From your Windows button, you right click on your Windows button, Device Manager, and then you click the arrow, and then you right click on the device you want to update driver for, and you click update driver, and then search automatically. If you browse my computers for drivers, you might not get any results because except you manually downloaded a driver, and to manually download a driver is kind of hard work. So it's always best to do it automatically. So here are the basic steps for installing the driver. Once you have connected and powered up the device, boot the computer, Windows will pop up a screen indicating that it has detected new hardware and is installing it. Okay, that also happens when you want to install, I believe that should be here, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. All right, but yeah, it's update driver. Okay, that should be in settings then. Uh, Okay, so but basically this is how to update driver, like I showed you. If you plug in a new device, for example, if it's a speaker, if it's a mouse, if it's a keyboard, very often it will ask you to pair the device, to update the device. Now that's where we have this. And okay, you go to Bluetooth and devices. All right, let me just click here. All right. Okay, you can add a new device from here. If it's a Bluetooth device you want to add, you can add it. For example, I added my Bluetooth mouse from here. Here are some key things to do. Once this from this new turn on Bluetooth. If the device supports Bluetooth, you can't turn it on. Try to update the driver through Windows Update in settings. All right, we've looked at how to update the driver. We've looked at how to update drivers, so I guess that's that for that. 2.4G mouse, optical mouse. Okay, so I have two mouse connected to my system. One was hanging, the other, yeah, so these are the two. Once you plug in a new device, it gives you the option on how to pair that device to your system. And you can just practically follow the instruction. The instruction always comes this way on your screen. It asks you add new device or add device rather. That's the driver basically that it's adding or creating on the system for the device. And you can just follow the instruction there. And to update the driver, it's just the way I showed you before. Right click on Windows, go to Device Manager, and just the way we spoke about it before. Let me come here to see if there are any questions on why is my mouse misbehaving? Sorry, please. Okay, what's going on? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Josiah. I'm very grateful. I appreciate the feedback. I'm here for everyone here. So thank you once again. And thanks to Training Heights for putting together this wonderful session. It's courtesy of their work that we can have this program today. So thank you to Training Heights as well. Uh, uh, um, I'm checking. Please kindly give me just 1 second, please. Just 1 second. I want to get something done. All right. Training Heights and Transformation College. So we're all one team. So yeah, thanks to them. All right. So file extensions. Before getting into specific application types, let's take a minute to explore um, how operating systems know which files are applications. The file extensions tell a little about the file, and it tells the operating system what to do with the file. The operating system knows that certain extensions are designed to execute a program directly. These are called executables. Now, an example of an executable is what I showed earlier in the day. And this is one example. All right. This is one example here. If you download this, okay, downloaded it already. Okay, no, 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 no. Okay, so this right here is an example of an executable file. As this, as well as even this too. So what we do is it's as it has been downloaded. Again, we run as administrator in order to grant it the file administrative privileges and the likes. We ensure that the publisher is verified. And all right, so that's that for using executables. Now, the most common type of executable is actually .exe. Uh, that's the one I'm far more conversant with, and that's the one that you would find very, very, very more often. However, you still have other executable files such as the likes listed here, .msi, .app. I think .app is for Mac OS. I'm not familiar with Mac OS. .bat and but the most frequent you'd come across is .exe, which is executable. All right, so that's that for executable files. I believe I showed and everybody understands how to run the executable file. I'll just show it one more time for emphasis sake. This right here is an executable file, and it's gotten from the software's website, directly from the developer's website. And that's what is going to be installed. You right click it, you run as administrator, ensure that the publisher is verified, and then we move on from there to the proper installation, following the instructions, just as we did before the break in the morning. Now, productivity software. This is the first group of software types. The group gets its, okay, pardon me. We've entered another module. So exploring common application types. That's the second module for the day, and that's what we're discussing at the moment. Now, we have various types of software. The first type we're going to be looking at today is productivity software. This is the first group of software types. The group gets its name because it is designed to make us more productive. It's designed to increase our level of productivity in the workplace, in factories, in political organizations. It's designed to increase our productivity level. The software in this section will help us get more work done and ideally make that work easier for us. We have examples. We have word processing software. We have spreadsheet software. We have presentation software, and we have visual diagramming software. I'm going to be putting us on practical applications that I prepared this morning for these various softwares. Who can, please, let's interact a bit. Who can kindly let us know one example for each? Very quickly, like, let's see, what's the time? Like 1 minute. One example for each. Okay, let me take it over. Okay, so for word processing software, we have the likes of Microsoft Word document. For spreadsheet software, we have the likes of Microsoft
Yeah, I think,
Excel.
Jonathan, you are having responses on the chat already.
Oh, oh,
Right.
forget. Please, I have to apologize before I continue. I am missing this group chat, and please forgive me. I have been reminded and reminded. Kindly forgive me, everyone. Forgive me, forgive me. All right. So, um, okay, you lost audio. I'm sorry, Mr. Josiah. All right. I hope you can hear me right now. All right. Microsoft Word, beautiful. Google Slide for presentation, exceedingly beautiful. Microsoft PowerPoint, Microsoft Excel, wonderful. Covers every single thing. All right. To a large extent, I believe we're all familiar with Microsoft Word. So let's keep going. I'm going to put us through, especially on Microsoft Excel and the others. Okay, so for word processing software is one of the most common types of applications used by businesses and home users alike. With this software, you can create everything from simple letters or resumes to detailed reports and flyers. The most popular word processing program on the market today, of course, Microsoft Word. The figure below shows a simple Word document. Within a processor, you will have the ability to change fonts and styles, insert pictures, shapes, and tables, and manage many different facets of the document's appearance. Of course, there are several other word processing programs, some of which are free and others that are not. Okay, what's the name of this? Microsoft Word is not free. I think it's paid for, if I remember correctly, but there's one other that is free. I just want to quickly get the name, like 30 seconds. Let me just quickly browse and then I'll move on. Similar documents to similar Word documents to Microsoft Word, because Microsoft Word, so that at least if we're not able to get all right, WPS is what I was looking for. So in the event where we're not able to get Microsoft Word, which sometimes, many a times is paid for, you can just get WPS. It comes with, it covers every single thing that's here. So you can get WPS. All right, so I believe we're all conversant with Word documents. However, this is it. If you want me to go through a practical on the Word document, please kindly let me know. Let me look at the group chat so that I don't miss it again. If you want me to go through Word document, please. Oh,
Sorry, Jonathan. Okay, so for us not to dwell so much on this, we have a separate class in one of the Saturdays, which is also part of this course, where we would be taking the Microsoft Office, right? So yeah, so we'll be dealing in details, the MS Word, Excel, PowerPoint, when it comes to those classes. So you might
okay,
not really go into details now. Everybody
okay,
would just have to prepare their mind for that explosive class on its own.
okay, ma'am. Okay, okay, okay. So, okay. We now, for saving word processing documents, we use different formats. We have .txt in the event where you want to save it as a normal text file. You can do this in Notepad, especially for people that do programming. If you're doing programming, for example, if you want to create file extensions um, that can run independently. For example, people that do front end and back end, they do .txt. I'm not so familiar with ROTF, and that's because I haven't had much need to run into rich text formatting, but it is definitely, I come across it, but I haven't made use of it. It's definitely one of the ways to save a Word document file. Another would be, and the most popular you come across would be doc or docx. That's the most popular if you want to save a Word document file. Spreadsheet software. That is, I think some a group of people were talking about the files that are free. Someone said Libra, and thank you very much. Libra is free. WPS, thank you very, very much. Yeah, thank you. So spreadsheet software serve an important niche, which is to manage numbers and small quantities of data. They're almost as popular as word processing programs. The .xls and .xlsx extensions are associated with Microsoft Excel. Figure below shows a basic Excel worksheet. Spreadsheet software is mostly used for managing numbers or list of data. You can have it do math or formulas, definitely. And so this, now, the purpose of this is to show, all right, let me do it this way. I, I sorry, why do I always get this wrong? All right. All right, so In the morning, I try to do this. Okay, I won't touch much on it. I won't touch much on it because there's going to be another class on it. But for example, now this shows this Naira should be here. That can always be adjusted. That will be taught properly in the MS class, MS Office class. Now this shows Naira maybe in income for the for a business person, month of January to August. And so it deals with small numbers. It cannot handle a certain level of big data analysis per se. There's a certain level of big data analysis you'll be working with, and it will be literally beyond the level of Microsoft Excel, yes. But it handles, if you want to make small presentation on numbers, yes, Microsoft Excel is your go-to document for that. Now you might, or go-to software rather, you might find yourself in a situation where a meeting is coming up and you need to convey a message to a group of people. Presentation software is designed to help you do that by letting you put your ideas in slides so you can share a full screen slide from your computer. Within the presentation, we can add text, graphs, charts, pictures, and shapes, embed videos for playback, and even create special effects, such as having, such as having Microsoft PowerPoint comes as part of MS 365, and it's a commonly used piece of presentation software. Open Office's equivalent is called Impress. All right, let me quickly go to the group chat and see if I have, or if we have any message. All right, we don't at the moment. Okay. And we have something coming up. Let me do something on this visual diagramming software. I believe it might be out of MS Word. I won't touch PowerPoint per se because we have something on that. There's a program on that coming up. But let me quickly do something on this visual diagramming software. Let's try and recreate this and show practical very briefly. I did that in the morning. I didn't do it extensively. Well, let's just quickly see how we can do it extensively now. The session has expired. Okay, please refresh it. Smart Draw. Smart Draw is one of the visual diagramming software. So we're not going to do necessarily everything that's here, but I'm just going to run us through a few basic practicals within it so that at least we're used to it and we have the knowledge of how to use it. So let me delete this. Okay. All right, so I believe the first should be this. If I'm not mistaken. No, I'm not mistaken. Thank God. All right, so what did I do? Now, this smart draw is what I was talking of in the morning that says, when I said that it's you have to subscribe, but they give you 7-day free trial and you have to go through the trial. And if you like it, you must subscribe. Otherwise, they put you out of the system. Now, I went subscribed and I logged in. Come to home, it's almost like MS Office, but with a few differences. Then I come here, I drag it, I move it here. Then for the lines, okay, I drag it, I draw. All right. Then we want to recreate that square. I click here and I drag it here. All right. Now it might be too big. You might have to resize it. All right. This is how to resize it. If you want to, you click and move it. All right, so I believe, and then you can click within it and type anything you want to type today, and that's it. Yeah, and so that's basically it. Um, all right, then I can bring this down here to recreate, and that's basically it. Now I've created the shapes and all that, and I can impute the data on the information that I want to impute. Now you might have to resize it, rescale it for a proper presentation, but that's basically the idea of behind how it works. Now, collaboration software. The goal of collaboration software is to blur the lines between those who work right next to you and those who do not work right next to you. A vivid example of the collaborative software or collaboration software, as the case may be, is what we are using right now, Zoom. Let me come to the chat box. I have a message or messages. Now, Zoom is a good. Okay, Microsoft Word can also be used to do what Smart Draw does. Exactly. Thank you very, very much. Yes. Zoom is a vivid example of collaboration software. The idea is, okay, as we're looking at today's global landscape, we look at it and say, okay, the cost of transportation, cost of energy is too high everywhere across the world. Cost of petrol, cost of diesel, energy cost is high. Now, how do we link people up across different locations to carry out businesses and carry these businesses out efficiently? We have other softwares that are similar to Zoom. Examples, I'll be happy to have examples from the class on other softwares that are similar to Zoom. But I wouldn't dwell so much on it. You can put it in the chat box. I'll appreciate it. Okay. Teams, beautiful. Thank you so much, Rufai. Teams, similar to Zoom, and so others, and so yeah, and so on like that. All right. Now, one software package might be able to provide everything for you, including emails, working online, sharing and storing files, sharing screens, having video conferences, and instant messaging with teammates. The world is more interconnected today. That is true than it has ever been. If you work in an office environment, it's entirely possible that some or all members of our team will be located in different cities or different continents. No matter the situation, you will need to get work done effectively as a team, which is very, very true. And so these collaborative softwares come in handy. We have email client software, which is by far and away the most commonly used. Examples are the Gmails and the Microsoft Outlook. And yes, Mozilla Thunderbird, I'm not so familiar with that. But I'm very familiar, and I believe all of us are familiar with Gmail and Microsoft Outlook. Now, conferencing software can simply be for phone calls, but mostly incorporate a video component. Video conferencing is making a call like a telephone call to a remote location using your computer. Again, Zoom. Again, as was mentioned by Rufai in the chat box, Microsoft Teams, FaceTime, Skype, Cisco WebEx, and the likes, and so on. All right, online workspace. Online workspace specifically means that multiple people can collaborate and make changes to, all right, now this is make changes to the same file at the same time. Here where I work, there was a software we used to use. I'm not so certain if we're still using the software. It's called Bitrix. We use it for, there's a way we were taught by the CRM team on how to use the software Bitrix to collaborate on multiple people working on one particular document at the same time. Now that's an in-house, that's something that's wherever you work, they definitely carry you along on that, because that's how to use that intranet service was taught to us by the in-house CRM team. And as the in-house CRM team changes intranet and collaborative services, they always carry us along. So that definitely you'll be carried along on where you work for that. Now, who can kindly give us examples of utility software or softwares, as the case may be? I mentioned about one or two in the morning. Just one or two examples will be fine. Let me quickly go to the chat box. One or two examples would be fine. WhatsApp, exactly. WhatsApp. There, I think utility. WhatsApp is very correct. Telegram is correct. I'm trying to think whether Zoom is also a utility. That's what I'm also thinking. Notepad, yes, exactly. Notepad is a utility app. My mind didn't even go there. So yeah, so WhatsApp, Telegram, Notepad, and the likes, Instagram, all those are utility apps. Now, instant messaging is sending a text note to another user in real time. If you do it on your phone, it's typically referred to as texting. Very true. Instant messaging software will keep a list of contacts that you have added. Some, such as Microsoft Teams, will synchronize with your Microsoft Outlook address book to make finding connections easier. There are dozens of instant messaging applications, and most of them are free. In addition to Microsoft Teams, okay, we've looked at these others in the previous work. All right, so remote support. Now, remote support is very, very important, because there are instances whereby you would have even the very best of the very best always once in a while come across challenges. Those challenges may not necessarily mean they do not know what they are doing or what to do. It may be with regards to the context of the task in question. For example, let me use myself as an example. Now, in the instance whereby I'm giving an artificial intelligence project by my superior and say, okay, I want you to create this task and I want you to do this and do that. Now, I know how to create the task because of certain things that I'm working on and I've worked on in the past. But there might be instances whereby the person that's creating that task might not fully get the real vision of what the superior is asking him to do. And so you will need a collaborative effort to work on that task. Now, in the event whereby I'm in Lagos, the superior that gave me the work has traveled, maybe it's in Kano, maybe it's in Abuja, somewhere else, in a different location altogether. The remote support app or software that I'm very, very familiar with is AnyDesk. Now, the superior can take control of my system from wherever he or she is. Let me quickly see how I can download that so that I can, I might not work on that, but let me still see how I can just download that in case it's been a while I used it last. AnyDesk, and the person you wish you generate a code or something, if I remember correctly, you generate a code and you send it to the person you wish to take control of your system. And then the person can take control of your system from any location that he or she is. And help you collaborate, or if it's something the person needs to repair, or if it's a task that you are not so familiar with. For example, I'm not so familiar with front end and back end development. My field is not full stack development. My field is data science, data engineering, and the likes. And someone gave me and says, do back end, front end engineering. Now, any desk is a collaborative software. Now, this is my address, and I can thereby invite anybody, which is part of the reasons why I decided to download and open it. I can thereby invite anybody, send a session invitation to the following AnyDesk ID. And so I can collect the person's ID, which will be similar to this, and put it here. And I send an invite to the person. And the person would accept it from his or her system and can use their mouse from wherever the person is on the planet, can use their mouse to control my system just by having this address and the invite. And so that's that for remote support softwares. And you can see examples here: AnyDesk, Beyond Trust, Beyond Trust remote support. Go to my PC, Splashtop. All right, support multiple platforms such as PC. All right, there are a few things to look at. Offer file transfer and information sharing services, so the tech can download patches or other information as needed. Allow for screen recording. Okay, I think, yes, I used to do that when I was using AnyDesk. All right, let me see if there's any question. Please, is everybody following, please? Okay, someone is asking if you can get the slide. All right, that's out of my control. That's beyond my field. My boss, the organizers of the event, would definitely give you a response. What I can do is share my WhatsApp number for, which I will do before the class closes, share my WhatsApp number for software application and operations. I will definitely do that. Yes. My boss would let you know how the recording would go. All right. Now, for anti-malware is software that does harm to your computer. I believe we all know that. The term malware is really a grouping of different types of bad programs. We all know that. As the name suggests, we use anti-malware software to keep the malware off our machine. Now, again, I would just show you very quickly, 1 minute. This is an example of anti-malware. This is Windows Security Defender. We use it for viruses, malware, and protection, cybersecurity protection as well. Well, for cybersecurity, no, not cybersecurity, but for virus and malware threats, we use this anti-malware and antivirus software for that. Cybersecurity is a whole different field on its own. There are other softwares for those ones. All right, so as we can see examples here, Norton 360, McAfee antivirus, AVG, and Avast antivirus. Anti-malware works by monitoring activity on your computer for any activity that appears suspicious. And so one of the things we should make a habit when working with antivirus software is to try as much as possible to scan our systems, if possible, every day. As long as, okay, I have their chats on the group chat. Okay, it's not me. All right, it's not for me. Okay, so part of the things we should endeavor to do, as long as you go online, we should always endeavor to try as much as possible to update our operating system, as well as scan for viruses very regularly. I try as much as possible to do mine on a weekly basis. at the very least. Now, if I can do it every 3 days, that's fine because I work with files. And if you're going online very frequently, you will surely be working with files. And you never know which one will pass your whatever techniques for defense you've put up on your browsers, antivirus, anti-malware softwares to check out what's the latest threats on your system. And you also need to be updating your systems very, very regularly. If you can do it on fine and recommended. The reason for that is that these updates come out to to make corrections to loopholes that exist that can be capitalized on. For example, people who want to find loopholes in the cyberspace, as well as use viruses and malware to weaken your system and machine. Now, so it's always good to make updates very regularly. Norton 360 settings. Okay, this is Norton 360 settings. I don't have Norton 360. What I have is what I shared with you, which is Windows Defender. And it's very proficient. There was a time that Windows Defender wasn't as good as it is at the moment, but they have since upgraded and they're exceedingly good. You would find that sometimes, depending on what you actually want to achieve, sometimes depending on what you actually want to achieve, you would find that using AVG, the paid version might, but it's a paid version. Many those Microsoft Defender, at least the latest versions of Windows Defender, would do the same thing for you. So Windows Defender, very efficient. It also has a firewall and network protection service, very efficient as well. And so now software firewalls. The firewall is a hardware or software solution that serves as your network's security guard. They are probably the most important devices on networks connected to the internet. Firewalls can protect you in two ways. They protect your network resources from hackers lurking in the dark corners of the internet. And they can simultaneously prevent computers on your network from accessing undesirable content on the internet. Yes, at a basic level, firewall network traffic based on rules defined by the network administrator. Now, there was a project that we worked on as a team at the office, and the role that I was given was definitely for the AI application as well as the building the API. That was the role I was given on the project. Now, I finished building the API. There's a software developer and manager, and the software developer is going to have to connect to my API to be able to get the data that I trained and I worked on for the artificial intelligence program. Now, to do this, he's going to have to connect his machine to my machine. But for cybersecurity reasons, every machine must have a firewall, should have a firewall. They all have firewalls. At least the latest machines have firewalls. Now, my firewall prevents, as installed by my operating system, my firewall prevents connection from a public system or a public machine. And so what I did was I used ngrok to expose my port, the particular port, because the firewall blocks all connection on ports, on networks, blocks connections from snooping. It makes your system safe, basically. And so people will not be able to track you. People will not be able to snoop on you. snoop on what you're doing. People will not be able to steal information from your device. I think the chat room, let me just quickly see if it's for me. And Windows Defender is highly recommended. Exactly. Thank you so much, Martin. Definitely. Windows Defender is highly recommended. It's actually very, very good in solving antivirus or virus and malware challenges. Okay, so there are two types of firewalls. There's the network-based and the host-based. A network-based firewall is designed to protect a whole network of computers, and almost always is a hardware solution with software on it. Now, host-based firewalls protect only one computer, which is the kind I have on my computer. It's a host-based firewall and are almost always software solutions. Now, that's what we have on my computer, which is called the, let me just quickly, all right, Windows Defender Firewall. All right, so yeah, that's that. Most network-based firewalls. Before I continue, please, any questions? Any questions? What's the time? I will really, really love us to cover everything today. So we're at page 38 and we have 93 pages and I must cover every single thing. Let me quickly check the chat box to see if there are any questions, and then if there's none, we'll proceed. All right, no questions. Please, I hope I'm carrying everybody along. If I'm not, please kindly let me know so that I know how to make corrections where necessary. All right. All right. So most network-based firewalls have at least two network connections, one to the internet or the public side, because the internet is public. The internet is where everybody finds themselves. And so if you are not protected by firewall and you are online, then basically there's a loophole somewhere, and that loophole can be exploited by there's something which I'm pretty sure a couple of persons here, if not everybody, should know about. It's called cyber ethical hacking. And so if you meet people that have hacking skills and you do not have a firewall protection and you are online, thank you so much, Mr. Josiah. Thank you. And you meet people that have hacking skills and you're online, they take advantage of your system. They can hack your system, they can track you, they can install malware, they can steal your banking details. There's so much that can be done if you lack a firewall software on your system. So it protects you on the internet, which is the public side, and one to the internal network or the private side. Some firewalls have a third network port for a second semi-internal network. This port is used to connect servers that can be considered both public and private, such as web and email servers. This intermediary network is known as a screened subnet, which is what we have here. A screened subnet can also be configured as a space between two firewalls. Now, this right here is what we use if we're connecting servers that can be considered both public and private, such as web and email servers. Kindly give me a minute, please, a few seconds. Configure screen subnet. Okay. Now, many a times, the screen subnets entails okay, let me not go that route. All right. But this is what we have on firewalls. And basically what you're going to be making use of if you are working on your system is this, the software firewall, not the physical firewall, the software firewall, otherwise called the host-based firewall. Now, compression software removes redundant information within files, and by doing so, makes them smaller than their original size. You'll see different levels of compression based on the type of file that you're trying to compress. Text files and worksheets often compress quite a bit, whereas pictures don't usually see much of a size reduction. As noted earlier, compression software can also take multiple files and compress them into the same archive, which can be uncompressed later, and the original files retrieved. The gold standard in compression software for many years has been WinZip. It's a great program, but it's not free. Fortunately, Windows 11 has a free built-in compression utility. Popular ones include, all right, and Express Zip. Let me quickly see if we can just take a practical on this. Okay, let me see. All right. Okay. Compress to, right, zip file. Very good. So I don't know if you saw that, but if you didn't, let me quickly run through with other documents again. Now, this is one document. I hold the control key down. I click 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I click as many as I wish. Then I right click on the documents, on the group of documents. I go to compress to, and I would definitely see zip file. I click zip file, and then it compresses, and then I can rename it however I wish to rename it. But in this case, I don't wish to rename it. Let it remain as it is. Now, this is my zipped file. I open it, and then I see all my documents within it. And I can always unzip it anytime I wish to. It's also good for compression. Oh, okay. Arrow is better. Oh, okay. All right, let's work with arrow then very quickly. RAR. All right. Sorry, let me remove this and right, compress to. Okay, there's no R. I thought there's RAR here. All right, so in the event where you have RAR on your system, then okay, it's not with Windows OS. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Martin. All right. In the event where you have RAR on your system, maybe Linux or Mac OS, definitely you can, if from Win. Okay. All right. Definitely we can, if there's still time, by the end of the program, we'll definitely come back to WinRAR. I will look for how to download it on my system and work with it. All right, so compression formats introduced by WinRAR. Okay, these are just basically talking about the types of compression formats that are available. I believe I saw this, or we saw this 7Z, and we saw this. Now the RAR, as Martin just said right now, is not available on the Windows operating system, but we would look at other types of availabilities on WinRAR if there's still time, so that we don't dwell too much on it and we're able to, okay, he put the directory on the, definitely would look at it once there's still time. All right, this is still compressed format. All right, so PDF. PDF viewers and creators, the PDF format, short for portable document format, was created in the early 1990s by software maker Adobe Systems. Adobe's goal was to create a document format that would work regardless of the user's computer platform, such as Windows, Mac OS, Unix, or Linux. Now, the idea behind this is, or was, as the case may be, to get something that can bridge all operating systems together, as explained here. And that's because I believe we all know by now that not all softwares work on all three devices together. So that was a win for Adobe. However, it's been open sourced right now, if I'm correct. Is open source the word, or it has been okay for most of its history? The PDF format was proprietary and owned by Adobe. In 2008, it decided to relinquish control and make it an open standard managed by the International Organization for Standardization, ISO, which definitely is a volunteer organization. You would definitely, I'm pretty sure that you've seen ISO at Transformation College. You definitely be seeing more about ISO as the time goes on. Now we're moving on to the third module, which is using web browsers. Configuring web browsers, there's a certain amount of preparation that can be taken before browsing the internet, which will make your experience safer. It's a good idea to review the settings for these items on your system. In addition, you should periodically perform maintenance to ensure that these systems or these settings are still correct and that everything is properly updated. The most common PC-based browser, Google Chrome, of course. Fortunately, most browser configurations are managed through the same menu. Laptop. All right, let me just quickly move to the configuration to avoid wasting any time. All right, all right, all right. Okay, so it's like I showed earlier when I spoke about making use of, sorry, please, probably I'm trying to remember what I'm doing. All right, so it's like I showed earlier when I spoke about making use of this privacy settings to prevent tracking. And so, for example, here, as I showed, if I take you to strict, it's going to prevent me from properly browsing the internet and getting certain information that are vital to my work or making of the internet as I should do so appropriately. And so I put it on balance, because if I put it on basic, it's less like I didn't prevent the tracking from taking place on my system. Now this prevents Microsoft, which is the owner of Microsoft Edge, from tracking my online activity, at least to a large extent. It doesn't totally prevent it, but it prevents it to a large extent. What do I mean by my online activity or my digital footprint? The sites I visit, uh, um, the things I love doing on the internet. For example, let's say 90% of my time on the internet is spent on, assuming that's the case, 90% of my time on the internet is spent on maybe, what should I say now? Because I really do not use the internet as such, except I'm doing, the places you'd find me is softwares like Twitter and Instagram, and not even Facebook. So, but we're okay. Why did this come down now? All right. You're going to see, okay, Python. Now, I do not want Microsoft having or keeping track of any of this that I've done today. My Python, the things I've downloaded. If they do, it's dangerous for someone to have more information about you than you even know about yourself. If they have your history, your search history, your location, the things you like, the things that make you angry, if they have all that history, it's information is a very powerful thing. It's very dangerous because you can easily be manipulated. Like I said earlier in the morning, if you go to YouTube, certain times you would find that not necessarily all the time, but certain times you find out the adverts that pop up on your YouTube, making use of YouTube, is not so different. Sometimes it's directly tailored to your last search history on Google. That can be used to manipulate you on what you buy, manipulate you on how you think. And as time goes on, you would find that with certain, as the internet continues to become more dynamic, as artificial intelligence continues to grow dynamically, you find that it can also directly be used to affect your thinking. And so it's not the best. Now, this is how to protect yourself in certain cases. You click on balanced, privacy and search. You can clear your browsing data, choose what to clear. Now let me show you a couple of websites that have been blocked. Facebook, they've been blocked for stealing or tracking me. Free will. Now all these have been blocked from tracking me. All right. Services, use a web service to help. No, that's not basically a. All right. So let me go back. I believe I've shown and discussed a few practicals on that. So. All right. For the six, managing internet browser versions. The first thing to do is to make sure that the web browser you are using is current version available. Older versions, called legacy versions, may have security holes, which is cybersecurity hacking risk abound in such browser versions. Older browser versions might not be compatible with some web applications. Very true. To see the version of your browser, click the More button in Google Chrome, click Help, About. Okay. For Microsoft Edge, I'll just do that very quickly. I think this should do it. All right. Okay, so this is the version of my Microsoft Edge. Version this. All right. The numbers are here, 130.0. Now this is, I'm not restarting it now. I just updated my Microsoft Edge this morning. I'll restart it later in the evening to complete the update to the latest version. All right. All right. Yeah, that's that for that. All right. It's talking about how to update this slide is talking about how to update, and I just showed that here. If you come to the settings, let me close this quickly and take it again. I come to the settings, I scroll down, settings, then I quickly scroll down again, and I come to the about. Now, in the about, if I have not updated, you would see check for latest updates, and then you can click it and update if your browser is not up to date. But I have updated, and then here you see restart to complete the update. And so that's how to update your browser, in this case Microsoft Edge. You would also find something similar for Google Chrome. I think when you go to the settings as highlighted here, you go to the about Chrome. Let me see if I can, okay. Let me see if I can expand this a little bit. Okay, you go to about Chrome, and I don't use Chrome. You go to about Chrome, but I'm pretty sure you would find that here. Now, for any reason, we're in the age of artificial intelligence. For any reason, you have things that are a bit challenging. Now, I've shown how to carry out an update on Microsoft Edge, but I haven't been able to show how to carry out the update on Google Chrome because I don't have Google Chrome. If you go to Google Chrome and you go to settings, you will surely see the settings on these three. When you click these three buttons on your Google Chrome, you go to the settings. If you go to About Chrome and you check and you're not able to see how to update to the latest version on your About Chrome, then you can immediately make use of AI chatbots to get your solutions. Again, we're in the age of artificial intelligence. There's something called prompt engineering. I'm not taking that today, but it's very, very important to know how to prompt your artificial intelligence chatbots to be able to get your required solutions. Exactly. Thank you so much, Martin. The browser update is very important. Recently, Google Chrome users were advised to update their browser because if you do not update your browser, your information on the internet can be stolen. For example, if you're making use of online purchase to carry out your commercial activities, your banking details can be stolen if your browser is not up to date. They update all the softwares to bring out, to close gaps in the cyber threats and cyber risk situations that arose in the previous versions of these software services. All right, web browsers have a wide array of capabilities by default, but sometimes you want to add in an extra feature or enhance existing features. This is done through an add-on or an extension. Theoretically, an add-on provides a new feature to a web browser, whereas an extension simply improves upon an existing feature. Practically speaking, though, they basically do the same thing and are managed in the same way. In Chrome, there are two ways to manage add-ons and extensions. The first is to click extensions icon near the upper right corner. I hope, yes, it is. All right, so, all right, the second is to click more settings and extensions. Either way, I'll be showing that it's in the next slide. Either way, you'll get the extension screen like the one in the figure below. This browser has 3 extensions installed. To enable or disable an extension, use the slider in the lower right corner of the extensions information box. Managing extensions in Edge is similar. Look for a puzzle piece icon to the right of the address bar. If the browser doesn't have any extensions, the piece might not be there. Okay, I think let me see. I just hope no, it's not a right. Extensions, good. All right, so customize your browser with extensions, get extensions for Microsoft Edge. All right, all right, all right. So this is how to get it done on Microsoft Edge. Let me just quickly run through that again. You click on the 3 buttons here. It's almost very similar to the Google Chrome, and you find extensions. You click on extensions and nothing significant appears. Let me click manage extensions, please, to see you get all right. Manage extensions, installed extensions, Google Docs offline. Okay, I installed that not too long ago. All right, find new extensions. Now I can click here and it takes me to the extensions / add-ons page, home page, and I can see all kinds of extensions here, Grammarly, ChatGTP, and the likes. All right, so let's not dwell so much on that. That's how to carry out extensions and add-ons. All right, then we see for the Google Chrome, it's basically the same thing. This right here is the extension button. This one right here is the extension button for Google Chrome. You can click the 3 dots or follow this instruction where it says the first is to click the extensions icon near the upper right corner. All right, it looks like a puzzle piece. All right, very good. That is this icon here. the extensions icon, and then sorry, I want to find where I was. It looks like a puzzle piece and it's just to the right of the address bar. The second is to click more, settings, and then extensions. And so it's almost similar to the Microsoft Edge. Now, synchronizing profiles. Synchronizing profiles, I have, if you're working with, I have, all right, let me just take it to my Microsoft Edge. When I'm working with on my phone. All right, so synchronizing profiles. This right here, to synchronize profile, as you can see, my sync is on. And why is it on? It's on because I signed in. Okay, why you guys not showing anything? Okay, no problem. It's on because I signed in. Oh, okay, the work is still there. I signed in, and so you'd see that because I signed in, any other place that if, for example, this is signed in with my Outlook email, Jonathan George, the year, blah, blah, .outlook.com. Now, if I go to my phone and I download Microsoft Edge browser on my phone, or I download Microsoft Edge browser on another laptop or on a work system, and I sign in using this email, Jonathan George, at Microsoft Outlook.com, every single thing that is synced to this device would appear there as well, would appear on that system, on that system's Microsoft, I'm trying to see if I can do a practical on syncing here without logging out of my, because if I log out of my email of that Jonathan George right now, to log in, I've forgotten my password, so I will have to get another password, and that would be complex to complete. Might take our time. But please, thus far, are there any questions? Anything? Let me open the chat box and read if I have any questions. Are there any questions? Do we understand thus far? Why is the chat not opening? Okay, all right. Do we understand thus far? Everything we've done thus far from, I'm in page 51, all right. From using web browsers to common application types to safety over the internet. Safety over the internet is very important. Configuring your web browser is very important. Making use of your Windows Defender firewall is very, very, very important. I want to see something here. If it doesn't give out too much information, it's very, 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 very important. Okay. So if you go to your, I set a couple of them. Public action block. All right. So if you go to your, if any questions on the use and application of firewall, that can always be confirmed. We can sort that out via WhatsApp. When I drop my number, that can be sorted out via WhatsApp, so that we don't dwell too much. In the absence of any questions thus far, I think I would proceed. All right, let me look at the sync here. All right. All right, it requires you to have an account, that's an email account or Microsoft account, as the case may be, or Gmail account through which they can log into the browser. For example, a Gmail account for a Chrome or a Microsoft 360 account for Edge. And then to enable synchronization. Then the synchronized browser settings will be stored in the cloud for access on any device the user logs into. In Chrome, go to More, go to Settings, go to You and Google. I think, yeah, that's to turn on synchronization. Once sync has been enabled, you have multiple configuration options, many of which are shown. All right, let me just quickly go to the next slide. Sorry, I literally forgot. More, Settings, You and Google. All right, so that should be here. The More should be here. And these three buttons on your Google Chrome software on your system or your machine. You click these three buttons, you go, that's where you find More and Settings. And then you go to You and Google. And you can then turn on your synchronization. It will definitely ask you to input, in the case where your Gmail account is absent, it will definitely ask you to input your Gmail account details. All right. And then you do that. And are we able to follow practically? Or am I too fast? I'm trying to, we still have about 40 more pages to cover. So I'm trying to take us, you can customize your synchronization, or you can sync everything. Now, here's the problem with syncing everything. If you're going to sync everything, then your financial details will also be synced as well. And sometimes you don't want that to be the case. So, let me quickly show. I don't know if this is necessary, but I'll still show it. Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? I don't want to waste time here. But where am I going? Somewhere I'm going. Okay. Settings. Yes. Okay. No, not sync. All right. Okay. You can see everything that is synced to my cloud. My passwords are synced. My personal information is synced. I have 2 emails there. Now you can sync your personal details. If you want to sync everything, that's fine. But syncing everything comes with a certain level of risk. And that includes if you put your financial information on the cloud, the day that Microsoft yes gets hacked and they steal people's information from the cloud, then your financial information will most definitely be amongst the ones they will steal from the cloud as well. So you do not want to sync everything. You want to customize it, which is the second option that is here. You want to customize your sync and choose the information you want to be backed up and the information you do not want to be backed up. And so when you choose that, you click customize sync, and then you follow the instructions with your Gmail, and you're good to go as far as synchronization is concerned. Using organizing features to help easily navigate to websites you like, you can create bookmarks called favorites in Edge. A bookmark is simply a link to favorite or frequently viewed websites. Adding them is easy. Simply navigate to a website. All right, let me just quickly show that. I have a couple of them. I will just show how to navigate it and how to find it as well. Now, this is the homepage for Microsoft Edge extensions. This right here, this star is always the bookmark. And so I click on it and I think I have favorites bar and other favorites, final solution, that's for work. So I'll just stick with the favorites bar and I'll click, and it's bookmarked that way. Now, if I want to find it, I just click on the bookmark, and these are everything I've bookmarked on the favorites bar for my personal synced account. These are the things I've all right. Now there's also something else you can do. You can also oh, where's that thing? Where's that thing? Remove done. No, more. Is it more? Yes, more. Okay. You can create a new folder in the event whereby you want to partition it. Like right now, I created a new folder. It's called Final Solution, and that was for work. It was for a work project I was doing now. Use transformation. Maybe you want to store everything you've with transformation. Started with Transformation College to get a bookmark called Transformation College. You save it. Yes, you save it, and then you can always find it. Right? You can always find it, but because it's saved within the favorites bar, yes, you can always find it, and you see what we just saved right now, which is Microsoft Edge add-ons, is within Transformation College, and it's saved. All right, let's not dwell too much on this. I believe that is explainable sufficiently enough, or explainable sufficiently, or sufficiently explainable, as the case may be. All right. Yes. You will also see that in the Chrome, this is Chrome. In the Chrome, it also uses a star for the bookmark symbol. All right. Edge new tab with favorites. All right, you can all whenever you want to. I've explained that on Microsoft Edge, and I've shown how to get that done. Questions. Let me quickly check the group chat. If there are any questions, please, at any point in time, again, please feel free to draw my attention. You can also unmute and call my attention just in case I miss your questions. Again, I'm obliged to answer your questions, every question you ask. And if for any reason you want to ask any question pertaining to the software development and application installation for the persons who have challenges with installing applications on their systems, I would soon drop my WhatsApp number. All right, let me just quickly continue. We're running out of time. All right. Enabling accessibility. Browsers provide accessibility features to those who would otherwise have problems reading the browser's content. To enable accessibility in Chrome, go to More, Setting Accessibility. All right, as shown in Figure 1. So More, Settings. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, again, More always comes within these three buttons. So More, Settings, Accessibility. Now let me quickly show for Microsoft Edge. We go to these three buttons, which is the equivalent of More. We go to Settings, and here we have Accessibility. I just want to quickly check something. All right, it's provide accessibility features for those who otherwise have. Okay. Zoom the page as large as you wish to from here. Change colors in case you're not too comfortable with the colors for your browser. Okay. You can customize it as you wish. Turn off custom scroll bars. I don't wish to. Make Microsoft Edge easier to use. Get this from Microsoft for screen readers. Now that is for example persons with eyesight persons who are not so privileged. Now this is a good solution that makes the web browser inclusive for everyone to be able to get the appropriate solutions and benefits from utilizing the software. ask before closing a window with multiple tabs. Now, for example, sometimes there are times when I browse and I just come here mistakenly, I want to close some other app. I just come here and click close mistakenly, and it happens. All my tabs go. But if you mistakenly close your tab, here's how to restore it. You go to history. If you go to history, you see recently closed. If you go to all, you see all your former history. But if you go to recently closed on Microsoft Edge, you would see your what am I doing? No. Okay. You see your recently closed tabs. Now, no tab is closed recently, so you're not seeing recently closed windows. But if, for example, I mistakenly close this, I don't want to close it now, but if I mistakenly close this, when I open it up again and I click these three buttons and I go to history, I go to recently closed, I would see the last window that was closed. This has about 20 something tabs, and to show Windows something plus 20 something tabs, and then you can click on it and reopen. That no document was lost. Everything is as it was. All right, so that's that. Enabling accessibility. Now, configuring appearance. Users can configure their browser's appearance in a number of ways to customize their browsing experience, which is some of the things, or which is some of the things I just showed. Sorry, let me just quickly look at that. Figure 5.42 gives you a sense of available appearance options, such as color scheme. I saw this in the morning. All right. Okay, so here it is for, again, you can just click on those three buttons, go to settings, appearance, and in appearance, now this is the default I'm using. But if I want to change my settings, I can change it to light and go back to the default. I can change my settings, but I do not want to change my settings. Thank you very much. I want to go back to the default. But this is the appearance in the event where you need to configure the appearance of your browser. For multiple reasons could exist for that. Now, managing cookies and cache or caching. A cookie is a plain text file that a web page or an add-on on a web page stores on your hard disk for tracking purposes. A cookie can tell an advertiser that you've previously viewed a certain ad. Not very nice. That's it exposes your privacy as far as I'm concerned. For example, or can keep track of the items in your shopping cart or an e-commerce site. Cookies are harmless 99.99% of the time, but you see that 0.1% of the time that it causes harm is very harmful. And they can actually perform useful functions that you want, such as remembering your preferences when you return to an often visited website. However, two risks are involved with cookies. One, which is like I said earlier on, I'm going to highlight it for emphasis purpose, is privacy threat. Please, is everyone still following me? Hello. All right. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Again, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. So for the cookies, one is privacy threat. The other is a security threat. Well, as far as I'm concerned, the moment you breach my privacy, you've automatically, such a person or such an application or software automatically becomes a security threat. And so because of privacy concerns, cookies are apparently going away by the end of this year, 2024. Now, a cache is a temporary storage area. In browsers, the cache is used to maintain a list of websites you've visited in the past called the history. store cookies, the history. Okay, I hold on to temporary. Okay, so cookies hold on to temporary internet files. I would see on how to. I really haven't deleted cookies on my, what do they call it, on my Microsoft Edge, but I do that very often. And the reason is I do not, my phone and other applications on my phone as well, e.g. Twitter, because I do not. All right, so let me just quickly see here. Clear browsing data now. Well, I actually do not want to clear browsing data now. So this includes, okay, here we can see cookies and more, history, passwords. No, I do not want to. Thank you very much. My browsing history is very important to me. Choose what to clear. Sites, cache up to, okay, I would definitely clear the cache. The cached images and files, I'll definitely clear them. All right. All right. So this basically is how to get it done in Microsoft Edge. You go to privacy and services. You go to clear browsing data now, and then you choose. I prefer not to do it this way. I prefer to click it from here. You choose what to clear. It's much more better here, safer this way. And then you can go back and all right, it's basically the same thing. Then you can click clear now after you've chosen what to clear. All right, so that's that. I do not want to dwell on that for too long. Controlling pop-ups. A pop-up is an extra, usually small browser window that appears automatically when you display a certain web page or click a certain button on a page. Now, pop-ups can serve useful functions such as displaying the amount of time you've. All right, there's a message. Let me see. All right, thank you. Uh, Just displaying the amount of time you've been logged in at a public Wi-Fi location that charges you by the minute. That's not so much. The pop-ups that prove much of problems. However, pop-ups are more often used to display advertisements, which is where I have a problem with them, or fake dialog boxes that trick you into doing something you really wouldn't want to do, which is where I have a real problem with them, such as branching to another company's website. Your website browser most likely has a pop-up blocker built into it that is enabled by default. You can enable it or disable it, and in some cases, you can configure it to be more or less aggressive about blocking pop-ups. Now, here's the thing with blocking pop-ups. There are some browsers that, or some websites rather, that I have visited in the past for professional purposes. Maybe it's registering a certain detail or getting something professional done. And then they tell me that I have to, there's a way I blocked pop-ups on certain places, and then to tell me to relax my restriction on pop-ups for the browser, for the website to work properly. And automatically I have to do that. Now that's sometimes, it doesn't happen every time, but once in a while you will come across such challenges that happen with blocking pop-ups and ads. Some websites will tell you that some ads have to play first before you can have access to the professional services of the site. I'm trying to get anyone to come to my memory now, but I know that I've come across such in the past. Now, if you want to get it done, you go to privacy and security. Don't allow sites to send pop-ups or use redirects. Now, this is within Google Chrome. You go to settings, you go to privacy and security. Let me just quickly show 1 minute. To settings, okay, you go to privacy and security. Exceptions, Skype. Sorry, Isaac, I don't know. Okay, allow sites to check if you have payment methods. No, I do not want that. I removed that this morning. Do not send, do not track requests. I will have to check that later. I do not know the details and I do not want to block potentially unwanted apps. I set this blocks bad applications from coming into my system. Use current service provider. All right, I think we did that with Google Chrome. That should suffice for now. Private browsing. If you want to protect your privacy while surfing the internet, you can use the undercover features of your browser. Chrome calls it incognito. They are both instances of private browsing. Now, here's the thing for private browsing. For private browsing, to open an incognito, open and click more new incognito window or press Control Shift N. All right, for see it immediately you open, you click on the settings button, you see new in private window. But here's what I've noticed about incognito window door. And that is, yeah, that also works in computers as well, apparently, from what I'm seeing. So that is that it doesn't store your history. Hence, it doesn't store your browsing history. And that can be a problem sometimes for me because I'm not doing anything that I'm afraid of or ashamed of on the internet. So there are certain times I need to go back to my browsing history and see, okay, what detail did I collect from that site? Now, if you're using private browsing incognito mode, or yes, in private browsing, once you close it, the history is gone. You're not going to get that history back. Like, it's gone. It doesn't save it. And so if you want to have access to your browsing history, it would do you well too. I think, yeah, this is for Google Chrome and this is for Microsoft Edge, which I just showed us. For Google Chrome, again, you just have to go to more, go to new incognito window, or the shortcut, you just press Control Shift N on your keyboard and it will open a new incognito mode browser. Okay, the next module is exploring programming languages. I will come back to that. I think I will take that. Okay, no, let's take that. I wanted to take the fifth module first, but let's take this. Let's take this. All right. All of the software that I use today, whether it's your smartphone, a workstation, or a cloud-based application, was created by a programmer. Definitely. Now, small and simple programs might have only a few hundred lines of code. What are examples I can use for that? Nothing comes to mind at the moment. Whereas an elaborate program like Windows 11 operating system reportedly has about 50 million lines of code. Now, you can imagine how many lines of code softwares like ChatGTP have. ChatGTP that, well, ChatGTP is actually at least at the beginning. Now, just as there are a large number of software titles on the market, numerous programming languages exist. In this section, we'll learn about 4 categories of programming languages. Number 1, assembly. Number 2, compiled. Number 3, interpreted. And number 4, SQL or structured query languages, otherwise called query. Assembly language is the lowest level of code in which people can write. That is, it allows the developer to provide instructions directly to the hardware. It got its name because after it's created, it's translated into executable machine code by a program called an assembler. Assembly code is specific to processor architectures. A program written for a 64-bit will look different than one written for an ARM chip, even if the functionality is identical. Now, originally developed in 1947 at the University of London, operating systems such as IBM's PC, DOS, and programs like the Lotus were coded in assembly, as well as some console-based video games. here's what would be very, 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 very important to us today. Structure query languages, which is why I emphasized on it by calling its full name, SQL, structure query languages, as well as, to some extent, interpreted languages. We would also look at compiled languages as well. Now, let me touch on understanding binary code. Computers only understand binary notational systems, ones and zeros. Everything that a computer does is based on those 2 digits. It's based on those 2 digits. When you're playing a game, surfing the web, or chatting with a friend using your computer, it's just a tremendously, all right, long strings of ones and zeros. Binary math works much the same way. The binary value 1 equals a decimal of 1. If you add 1 plus 1 in binary, what happens? The 1 can't increase to 2. Why? Definitely because we have only ones and zeros. The highest being 1, the lowest being 0. It's binary. Binary simply means, to simplify this, first and foremost, binary simply means 2. And so it's like in programming language, there's something we call classification, especially in machine learning or AI applications. If you want to identify, all right, DuckDuckGo browser is good for privacy. All right, that's it's definitely something that I would, thank you so much, Martin. It's definitely something that I would look into. I'm not so familiar with DuckDuckGo. I've been hearing about it, but thank you so much. Yeah, so binary, like we were saying, simply means 2. Now, if you want a computer program to be able to identify what is real, there are 2 realities. The way a computer understands reality is that it either exists or it does not exist. Now, please, for this explanation, if you do not understand, kindly pull me back and kindly draw my attention so that I explain and you get it very well. Now, between exist and does not exist, between white and black, between left and right, there are only 2 ways a computer classifies the options of exist and non-existent. Those 2 ways are ones and zeros. Now, if you have a binary figure you're working with and you try to add it up, you'll find that because you're only working with ones and zeros, adding it up goes to, if you want to add 1 plus 1, what's the next classification after 1? You have 0. There's a simpler way to explain this. I'm not, there was the next classification that comes after 1 is 0. And so you have, before we end this program, I would try as much as possible to look for something short to demonstrate it for you in a much more understandable way. And so you have 1 plus 1 equals 10, and you have 10 plus 1 equals to 11. Now, the base for the binary form of programming is 2, which again I've explained because you just have 2 ways of existence. Either it exists or it doesn't exist. And so let me use this simple way to explain. Today, we're building smart homes and smart devices. In your place or in my place, if I want to program an artificial intelligence device to be able to switch on the light when immediately I open the door. Switch on the light without waiting for me to manually switch on the light. I would program the artificial intelligence or the computer or machine software to understand that on is 1 and off is 0. And so there are only 2 ways of existence that come to it. If I want to program my artificial intelligence to be able to drive my vehicle, the first thing I would do with the programming is for it to understand that start or move, as the case may be, move is 1 and stop is 0. Hence, every other code I'm building around that program will be encoded or encased within that 1 and 0. And so if I pass the instruction of 1 to the computer, since we've told it that 1 is move and 0 is stop, I think that's how we programmed it. If I pass the code of 1 into the computer, anytime the computer sees 1, it automatically moves. Anytime the computer sees 0, it automatically stops. And so what a computer understands in a binary computing format is just ones and zeros. It can come in as 100. I would go through that. I will cover that here properly. Now, converting binary to decimal. Please, if there are any questions, feel free to ask me. If there are any questions, kindly feel free to pull me back and ask me. We're almost at 3. I think I've been too slow today. I deeply apologize. We'll soon be done. All right, so in a case whereby, let me use something that I programmed. This 11111 can be quite plain. Now, why are you not doing this? Please, I'm sorry. Okay, what's going on? Okay, let me just use the 111. I did this here, but I don't understand why it's not playing. Let me just use the 111. In the case whereby position. Let me use this, please. Just for a practical example. Why? Let me. All right. Now, in the case whereby, because bit position always starts from 0. And so it comes 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and going on and on and on. Now, in the case whereby you have 100, that is a binary form. You want to convert the binary digit of 100 to decimal. 2. The base is value base position 4. Sorry, I'm hearing something. Yes, the base is 2. Okay, yes, I understand that. The base is 2. The position, okay, I understand that. All right. Okay, so the base is, I didn't put base here, so I was a little bit confused. Now, the base is 2. And binary, the base is always 2. And let me just type base 2 here. And so we raise base 2 to the exponent of 2. Now, this is just a brief practical explanation on how converting binary to digital to decimal values work. We raise, since the base is always 2, 2 representing binary, left or right movement or stop. The base is always 2 for a binary code. And we're converting binary digits to digits. And so the base being 2, this value here, since we always will start the counting from 0, we'll go on to 100 as the case may be. But since here we're stopping at 2, we're converting 0 for the first, 1, 0, 2 for the 1. We'll calculate 2 raised to the power of the raised to the power being the exponent, which will give us 4, which is how we got here. Here we calculate 2 raised to the power of 1, which will give us 2, which is how we got this 2 here. And here we calculate 2 raised to the power of 0, which will give us 1. Now, that is not the final answer. The final answer therefore becomes 4, which is what we got when we calculated 2 raised to the power of 2. We got 4. We calculate 4 times 1. If we remember, we're converting the binary digit of 100 to a decimal value. And so we're calculating 4 times 1, 1 coming from the 100. 4 times 1 will give us 4. And this automatically changes to 4. Now we're calculating here, we got 2 when we raised the base 2 to the power of 1, we got 2. Now 2 times 0 would automatically give us 0. And so we are doing 4 plus 0. And here we did 1 raised to the power of 0. Anything raised to the power of 0 is 1. That's how we got, 2 raised to the power of 0. Anything raised to the power of 0 is 1. And that's how we got this 1. 1 times 0 would give us 0. And so we calculate plus 0 plus get that the 100 binary digits raised converted to decimal value would give us automatically. It can be confusing. I deeply apologize if you're not getting it. Please feel free to get in touch with me when I drop my WhatsApp number if you have any questions on converting binary to decimal values. I can always walk you through that again when I drop my WhatsApp number. Now, to summarize the basic structure of a line code, let me show you very quickly an easier way. There's a calculator, there's a special calculator. As you just press your Windows button, and there's a special button for it. Let me see if it's this one. I think it should be this one. Yes, it is this one. Okay. Usually the calculator is on standard, but I want to work with programming language. So what we're going to do right now is we want to convert binary 100 to decimal. Okay, so, and we'll say equal to decimal. No. How am I doing this? Binary, okay. Thank you very much. No, this is not what I want to do. Okay, please forgive me. I do not want to take our time. Let me just close it and run through it again. I just want to put us through just in the event where you're working with programming language and you want to carry out such on your own. Okay, so binary 100 okay, to decimal. And we can see the answer here is 4. And so this right now is using a calculator, which returns the same answer we got when we performed it manually. And so that's how coding and computers understand programming languages. But that can always be, if you have any questions on that, that can always be expatiated on later. And I can always provide you sources, or we, sorry, rather, can always provide you sources on how to make more research on the binary programming languages for further study on it. Now, to summarize the basic structure of a line code, it contains rather processor instructions telling it to do this. Now, this is working with assembly languages, directives defining data elements or giving the processor specific ways of performing the task, data and optional comments. This is pretty much true for all programming languages, although the structure and syntax will vary. A tradition in which much programming class is, in which in pretty much every programming class, is that the first program you taught to write is how to display hello world. Definitely. Is how to display hello world on the screen. Here's hello world in all of its assembly. Here's hello world in all of its assembly glory. Now, when the code is assembled and executed, it will display the following on the screen: hello world. I'm going to run us through that using JavaScript, as well as HTML language and programming code. Now, compiled languages, we're almost done. Please, the remaining ones don't take so much time as such. Now, trying to program everything in assembly would be tedious at best. So high-level languages have replaced. I'm going to carry us through on some practicals with JavaScript and HTML now. Would be tedious at best, so high-level languages have replaced assembly as the most commonly used ones in software development today. Compiled and interpreted languages allow for shorter command sequences. When creating a new application, the developer must decide between a compiled language and an interpreted language. A compiled programming language is one that requires the use of a compiler to translate it into machine code. All right. Now, creating and using a program using a compiled language consists of 3 steps. Write the application in a programming language, such as Java or C. This is called the source code. Use a compiler to translate the source code into machine code. Most software development applications have a compiler. Execute the program file, which in Windows usually has an exe. For the compiled languages, I would for the compiled languages, again, please I do not know if Hi, Mr. James. Hello, can anyone hear me? Okay, all right. All right, thank you very much. For the compiled languages, definitely providing materials and practical sources on that. Again, now my WhatsApp is going to be full. Again, I'll drop my WhatsApp number for that. For the interpreted languages, here's I carried out some practicals that I'm going to be showing us right now. The second major classification problem, high-level programming languages, is interpreted languages. With an interpreted programming language, each line of code is read by an interpreter every time the program is executed. An interpreter and a compiler essentially do the same thing. They take high-level source code and translate it into low-level machine code. They differ a bit in how they perform their job. However, all right, we'll look at the key differences below. Debugging interpreted code is easier because the source code is read line by line. If the interpreter gets to a line that is written incorrectly, it stops there and generates an error. A compiler will read all of the code, and if something is wrong somewhere, it will generate an error. Okay, this right here is the difference between the two. However, I'm going to this is the code for the JavaScript, but that's not even what I'm looking for right now. Okay, I'm looking for my command line, and I use simple calculator py. All right, definitely. All right, so this is the all right. Now this is the example that I will run us through for the interpreter code. Now we can see here is a simple calculator demo in Python. It uses the interpreter code, and I executed it using the command line. But let's walk through the code a bit to see what it does. The first thing I did was to define a function. The function I defined here says add, and I'm looking at two variables, x and y. So add the two variables, return x plus y. The second function I defined, def, just simply means define in programming languages. So the second function I defined was define subtract. I have two variables. Again, I use x and I use y. And function to subtract two numbers. Here I'm subtracting y from x. The third function, multiply, divide, again, all of them like that. This is how to write multiply in using Python programming language. And if y equals to 0, this is how to write divide. If y equals to 0, return error, division by 0. All right, so we have an exception. The if conditional statement, which states a conditional statement is called the if conditional statement, which states that if this code, if you divide a number by 0, no number can be divided by 0. It's not possible in math. And so we state the if conditional statement here that says if y is equals to 0, which means that x cannot be divided by y, so return error, division by 0. Otherwise, divide x by y. Now, define calculator. We define the function of calculator and print. Welcome to the simple calculator. Now, this is the code. This is what our website is going to display when we run it. Welcome to the simple calculator. Select operation, add 1 is for add, 2 is for subtract, 3 is for multiply, and 4 is for divide. Get user input for operation. We'll choose this. I will put you through on that when I open the command prompt now. And so here's the command prompt. And as you can see, what I did, first and foremost, again, it goes back to understanding your environment or directory. I said I was going to talk about that, but now we have to see where we have to utilize it. Now, when I wrote this program, I saved it to this directory that we see here in the command prompt, which is my users, Jonathan George, and Python simple calculator.py. And so I run, the name of the file is actually simple calculator.py, but I have to attach Python to it because it's a Python script. And so, yes, it's an interpreted program. It's an interpreter programming language, but it's written in Python script. So I attach the Python to it for my command prompt to understand that I'm running a Python script. And so I run Python simple calculator.py, but I must run it in this directory, which is where my code was saved. If I do not run it in this directory, which is where my code was saved, I will get an error. And so I must know the directory where I saved, where I wrote my script as well. With George, Python simple is showing exactly what was written in my code, and I execute it. It says add operation. We run this one that is here. Can you still hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay. I'm the wrong place. I was wondering why it wasn't okay. All right, so let me just copy this so that I will run it again for everyone to see practically. All right, so I click enter and it gives me what I programmed, what I wrote in my programming language, which is welcome to the simple calculator, select operation, add, subtract, multiply. Now I have to choose one of the two. In this case, I want to add. So I click 1, which is the numeric for addition here, and I click enter. Okay, so enter the first number. I want X rather to be 6 because X is the first variable. And I click enter. It says enter the second number. I want Y to be 4. And I click enter again, and it gives me 6 plus 4 is equals to 10. And so the interpreter language is working exceedingly well. I'm going to do this again, and I want to run it for division. And I want to show you how the division returns that error. I'm going to say X is equals to, again, okay, this time 7. Oh, sorry. No. Okay. I want to do divide. Okay. 4. And the first number, X is equals to 7. The second number, Y is equals to 0. And so it gives me by 0. Okay. No, not compiled. Now, if we come back to the definition of the interpreter languages or the interpreted languages, it says with an interpreted language, each line of code is read by an interpreter. And so it's interpreting the command you want to give, you want to impute, or you want an output to be derived from. And it interprets it as you've written it or as you've instructed it in the code you give it. And it executes the program or the instruction that you give it, returning an output to you, which is what we've just run through in the command prompt as you saw or as we saw here. Again, we have to take note of the directory where we saved our programming language or script and use the exact same directory to execute our program in the command prompt. That is for interpreter or interpreted programming languages. Now, for the markup programming language, the most common is the HTML or hypertext markup language. It is, and why is it the most common? Because the language in which most web pages are created. So let me just quickly walk us through on something. I'm going to take us to my desktop now. You are going to be surprised. My desktop might be a bit, did I close something? My desktop might be a bit rowdy. So assembly like system. Really? Did I do that? All right. Rowdy, but here is okay. No, this is not, this is sorry, please. I'm just a minute. Kindly give me 1 second. What's it showing here and why? All right. Simple. Okay. Users, Jonathan George, simple. All right, simple page HTML. But that's not what I'm looking for. I want to bring out the code to show what we did. Ah, I closed you. All right, voila. Okay. Okay. Now, Notepad. Yeah. No. Where run this? Run. Just run this today. Why are you doing this to me? No. Sorry. I owe everyone an apology for taking time. This. All right, you're here now. Why did you? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Are you the one? All right, yeah. So this is the programming language behind this HTML web page. Now, here's what I did. First, this is what's called a pseudocode. Anything that has a hash, any code in programming language, anything that has a hash before it's written is not going to display and it's not going to execute a command. Once you put a hash directly before a text in programming language, it's not going to display or execute any command. It's called a pseudocode because it's just there to describe what the code is doing or to give a title to the code. It's not there to execute any command. So that's a pseudocode. Now, here's what I did. I defined the creation of the HTML page. I gave it a header and I defined the language. First and foremost, I want to use the English language. It's here, HTML language. I defined the head, which had the meta characteristics and what they call it, data types that should be in the programming language. I defined the body. And the body should include, again, things like the font size, the color, and the formatting size of your work, as well as the text which you want to impute into the website, the text which you want the website to return, or you want to impute into the website. Now, here's what I asked. I asked the HTML page to return. Welcome to my simple HTML page. This page was generated using Python. Here are some fruits. The page wasn't generated using Python though. Here are some fruits, apple, banana, cherry. Now, this is a simple markup text language. And here's what it returns. Welcome to my simple HTML page. This page was generated using Python. Here are some fruits, apple, banana, cherry. For this, you have to be conversant with HTML languages. Again, when I drop my WhatsApp, if you have any need for directories on how to get in touch with HTML languages, I can send for further research on HTML languages. I can send resources that can be used courtesy of the organizers of this program. We can send resources that can be used for following through with that. Here, this is simply explaining how what I just practically did right now. This is simply doing hello world. I didn't want to do hello world. I wanted to show something more detail. The type title being what we have to my simple HTML page. That's the tab title. And then, okay, sorry. And then the script body, which is the other things we have. This page was created by Python using simple Python and fruits, apple, banana, cherry. Now, JavaScript. I also have a programming language for JavaScript here. So I wrote one this morning. All right. This should be it, if I'm correct. Yes. Again, it's similar. It's similar. Again, it's similar. I use the header docu type HTML. I passed in an instruction on the language, which you can see here, English, the header. This is the header, the meta data set and the likes. I created what they call it, a formatting style, or how I want the margin to be, the background color and the likes, all those instructions, types of color and the likes, font size and all that. You find them when you are going in depth into HTML language, JavaScript, and the likes. And I decided to pass it. This is what I want to appear, JavaScript demo class. Click the button below to see the magic. All right, so let me quickly run the page for you. That should be here. Yes. Now run demo. Please enter your name. All right. Hello, Jonathan George. Welcome to the JavaScript demo class. And so it runs just as this code instructed it to do, which is JavaScript demo class. Click the button to run demo. Give a description, function to display a greeting message. Please enter your name, hello, name. And so all this, see, me first and foremost, how did that question come again? But it asked me to input, it gives me a function and asked me to input my name, prompt, enter your name, hello, name, the name I returned to it. And now, why is it returning my name? Because I've already defined name as a function here, or as a variable rather, not a function. This is called a variable in programming language. Anytime you put what's the word now? You put value equals to it, or you put a number and you put a value equals to it, it automatically becomes a variable. And so what I did here was I called that variable using the command for calling the variable in HTML programming language. And so the variable is name. Now, anytime I impute a name, it says the instruction for the variable is I should impute my name. Now, as I imputed my name, the name variable, which is this, automatically becomes whatever I impute here. Now, in my own case, I imputed Jonathan George. And so when the message is, the message automatically is also a variable. Now, when the message says hello or hello and calls the name variable, it automatically calls the Jonathan George that I imputed here. And so it says, hello, Jonathan George, welcome to the JavaScript demo class, which is what you are seeing here as written here. And so I think that's that for a simple JavaScript explanation. Now, query languages, which is structured query languages, SQL, is very important because we use it a lot for business applications, especially for business applications as well as database engineering. Now, if you're working with database engineering, you are going to be coming across SQL, structured query languages, a lot. Now, here is a short demo I prepared this morning. I prepared a database, a very brief database to show, to use an example this morning. No. Please just a few seconds. I deeply apologize for. I want to. Okay, so create table, students. A primary key. Now here's the. Let me open this database. Stable database. I think that should be GG2. Standard table, students. Okay, you're definitely going to see, I don't want to waste too much time, but you're definitely going to see, let me just go straight to where I retrieved data. Now, here's an example. We already have a database that shows students, their grades, and from that database, we want to select this grade of students, but we do not want to select, we do not want to publish or display or select the grade per student name or student ID. What we want to select the grade for, if we are doing data engineering, sometimes you want to find out statistics. What's the average age of people class subject? What's the average age? And that statistics helps us to plan and say, okay, so the smartest people, if the average age of people that got A1 in this subject is 19, that means the smartest people in this class for this particular field is our age between 17 and 19. Hence, all 17 and 19-year-olds in this particular class should be tailored towards this subject, because we've seen that historical data over time from our database shows that the average age for the people that get A1 in this subject is 19. It's time, please. Okay. All right. Let me wrap up. Let me quickly wrap up. All right. Understanding techniques, programming logic, branching. I don't know if I should quickly run through this. Mrs. Edith, sorry, I'm looking for Mr. James. Do I have your permission to quickly run through the last slide, the last module very quickly? Okay, it says I should drop my number. Okay. 08166409347. No, that's not my WhatsApp number. That's a call number, but that's not my WhatsApp number. Let me okay, I have a message from okay. Let me quickly round up. All right, so branching, this is an example for branching that I worked on this morning. Through that, it does while loop, branching. All right, for the branch, use a conditional logic. Now we've given an age, says the. Now if age is, that's this. Now if age is, print you are a child. Else if age, else if 13 less than or equals to age less than 20, print you're a teenager. Else if, now it prints, now these are conditional statements. It's branching. They call it conditional statements. If and else if, that's what is called in programming language. Functions, very quickly, and I'm done. Define add numbers. We run through that in conditional statements. Containers in Python, we call them list or tuples or arrays, and you're able to print your list or tuples or arrays. So yeah, I think that's about that. The slides will be shared with you. Let me not take so much time, and I think we've had a wonderful session. Thank you very much, everybody. I deeply appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much, Jonathan. It's been a thorough session, and I know for those on the call, this class is very important that you understand some basics with programming, especially those who are new to it. And I can see that our trainer for today has done justice to that. At least we have the basics. Of course, as the course progresses, for those who will be with us from probably from next year, we'll go deeper into programming languages. So thank you so much, Jonathan. You've done a very great job, and we're really grateful. Please let's appreciate him. Either with your comments. Yeah, I can see your comments. Okay, so a lot of appreciation for you, Jonathan. Thank you so much. You actually delivered value on today's class. So thank you very much for sharing your time with us in class today. We're very grateful, and do enjoy the rest of your weekend. And also to all of us in class, thank you for your patience so far. What do we put for department? Okay, I think it has been mentioned in this call or in the chat room earlier. For those who are filling up the attendance list for your department, if you are not our existing NID students, please fill up CompTIA Tech Plus as your department. But for NID students, we have those in the networking and system security department here. We have those in computer software engineering department here. You know already what to fill up on your department text box. Okay, so I believe that answers the question. So thank you very much to everyone for being in class with us today. If you have not paid your registration fee, I am addressing those who are in the CompTIA Tech Plus department. Please do so to do well to pay up your registration fee as time program restricted to only those who have paid their registration fee. The worth of this class, if you would go probably to NIIT or any of those big names to learn what you're learning on this course, you would be paying between 250 to 300,000 naira to learn what you are learning from this class. But it's 100% tuition free because we are an NGO college. But of course, the support that you can render to the college is to pay your registration fee. If really you're getting value from this class, all right, or from this course of study. So please do well to pay up your registration fee. Other information about that will be shared on the WhatsApp community. Please, when it's shared, please look into it and comply accordingly. For those who have paid, thank you very much. We'll see everyone again in class next weekend. Do enjoy the rest of your weekend. Stay happy and stay blessed. Bye for now.